Before we begin, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. There's something appropriate about marking our location before we examine a story that suggests geography itself can be contaminated by cosmic forces. In 1929, H.P. Lovecraft published what many scholars consider his most disturbing exploration of hereditary horror, a tale that transforms the familiar Gothic theme of cursed bloodlines into something far more unsettling. The Dunwich horror presents not merely supernatural corruption, but the systematic violation of human genetic integrity by cosmic forces that operate beyond traditional concepts of good and evil. The story emerged during a period when Lovecraft had refined his philosophical materialism into a sophisticated literary methodology, creating horror that operates through scientific rather than supernatural logic. Where earlier, Gothic literature relied on moral transgression and divine punishment, Lovecraft's tale suggests that human biology itself represents a temporary accident within vast cosmic processes that care nothing for human welfare or survival. What makes this work particularly disturbing is not the presence of monsters or otherworldly entities, but its systematic exploration of knowledge as hereditary contamination. The Whateley family's corruption spans generations, suggesting that certain forms of cosmic contact create permanent alterations in human genetic and psychological inheritance. We must examine how Lovecraft transformed academic investigation into a form of genealogical archaeology, making scholarly research equivalent to excavating one's own potential cosmic contamination. Tonight, we trace the development of an idea that challenges fundamental assumptions about human identity, genetic integrity, and the relationship between knowledge and hereditary doom. The questions we explore may prove more personally relevant than initially comfortable. Lovecraft's composition of the Dunwich horror in the summer of 1929 emerged from a crucial period of personal and artistic consolidation following his traumatic New York years from 1924 to 1926. The story represents not merely another cosmic horror tale, but his most sophisticated exploration of how cosmic forces might operate through biological rather than supernatural mechanisms. During this period, Lovecraft had returned to Providence with a refined understanding of his literary mission, having experienced firsthand the psychological costs of cultural displacement and social alienation in New York's immigrant communities. His letters from 1928 and 1929 reveal an author increasingly concerned with questions of heredity, bloodline integrity, and the relationship between genetic inheritance and cosmic vulnerability. The rural Massachusetts setting of the Dunwich horror provided perfect laboratory conditions for exploring these concerns, allowing him to examine how isolated communities might serve as breeding grounds for cosmic contamination. This geographic specificity reflects his growing conviction that cosmic horror operates most effectively through familiar rather than exotic locations, making the violation of known spaces more psychologically disturbing than supernatural events in obviously otherworldly settings. The influence of Massachusetts' rural decline and industrial abandonment provided Lovecraft with concrete social context for his exploration of hereditary degeneration and cosmic corruption. During the 1920s, Western Massachusetts experienced significant economic decline as traditional agriculture and small-scale manufacturing moved elsewhere, leaving behind communities that seemed frozen in earlier historical periods. Lovecraft's frequent travels through the Connecticut River Valley exposed him to abandoned farmsteads, declining populations, and families whose isolation had created what contemporary sociologists described as cultural stagnation. His correspondence reveals particular fascination with communities where geographic isolation had produced what he termed biological and cultural regression, creating human populations that seemed increasingly separate from mainstream American development. These observations provided realistic foundation for fictional communities where cosmic forces might operate through existing patterns of social and biological isolation. The Whateley family's multi-generational corruption thus reflects genuine social conditions while extending them toward cosmic rather than merely sociological implications. This synthesis of realistic social observation with cosmic speculation demonstrates Lovecraft's mature understanding of how effective weird fiction must ground supernatural elements within carefully observed natural and social environments. Personal anxieties about genealogy, bloodlines, and hereditary degeneration deeply influenced Lovecraft's approach to cosmic horror as biological contamination rather than supernatural possession. His family history included significant mental illness, including his father's syphilis, induced psychosis, and his mother's psychological breakdown, creating personal investment in questions about hereditary transmission of psychological and physical corruption. The author's extensive genealogical research into his own family lineage revealed both distinguished colonial ancestry and disturbing patterns of mental instability, financial decline, and social isolation that paralleled themes he would explore in the Whateley family history. His letters contain explicit discussions of genetic destiny and hereditary doom that suggest personal anxiety about inherited traits beyond individual control. The cosmic breeding program depicted in the Dunwich horror thus represents fictional exploration of genuine personal concerns about how family history might determine individual fate through biological rather than environmental mechanisms. This autobiographical dimension adds psychological authenticity to fictional treatment of hereditary cosmic corruption, making Lovecraft's exploration of cosmic bloodlines resonate with genuine anxiety about genetic inheritance and family destiny. Contemporary eugenic theories and scientific racism prevalent in 1920s New England provided disturbing intellectual context for Lovecraft's fictional exploration of genetic purity and cosmic contamination. The period saw widespread academic and popular acceptance of theories about racial hierarchy, genetic superiority, and the dangers of racial mixing that influenced social policy and academic research throughout American institutions. Lovecraft's correspondence reveals familiarity with eugenic literature and racial theories that treated genetic inheritance as determining factor in individual and social development, creating intellectual framework for fictional exploration of cosmic forces operating through biological mechanisms. However, his cosmic horror transforms these theories into sources of existential rather than racial anxiety, suggesting that all human genetic inheritance represents temporary accident within cosmic processes that care nothing for human racial categories. The cosmic entities in the Dunwich horror threaten human genetic integrity generally rather than targeting specific racial groups, making eugenic anxieties universal rather than particular. This transformation of contemporary racial science into cosmic horror demonstrates Lovecraft's ability to extract genuine psychological content from problematic ideological sources while redirecting that content toward more universal existential concerns. The author's obsession with old families and ancestral corruption reflects broader cultural anxiety about American social development and the relationship between historical continuity and contemporary identity. Lovecraft's extensive research into New England genealogy and colonial history created detailed knowledge of family lineages that stretched back to the earliest European settlements, providing concrete historical foundation for fictional exploration of hereditary cosmic contamination. His letters reveal particular fascination with families whose distinguished colonial ancestry had devolved into contemporary poverty, isolation, and social dysfunction, creating real-world examples of hereditary decline that paralleled fictional cosmic corruption. The Whateley family genealogy draws directly from these historical patterns while extending them toward cosmic, rather than merely social implications. This historical grounding allows cosmic horror to operate through familiar rather than exotic mechanisms, making hereditary cosmic contamination feel like natural extension of documented historical processes rather than supernatural departure from realistic social development. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's genius lay in recognizing how genuine historical patterns of family decline and social isolation could serve as vehicles for cosmic horror that feels both familiar and utterly alien. Literary response to modernization destroying traditional rural communities provided additional motivation for Lovecraft's exploration of cosmic forces operating through geographic and social isolation. The 1920s saw accelerating urbanization and technological development that threatened traditional rural ways of life, creating widespread cultural anxiety about the disappearance of authentic American communities and values. Lovecraft's fiction responds to these concerns by suggesting that isolated rural communities, rather than representing authentic American values worth preserving, might serve as breeding grounds for cosmic forces that threaten human civilization generally. This inversion of nostalgic rural romanticism creates horror that emerges from the very isolation and tradition that contemporary culture idealized as antidote to modern urban alienation. The Whateley family's cosmic corruption thus operates through precisely the traditional rural values and geographic isolation that 1920s cultural discourse celebrated as authentic American heritage. This transformation of cultural nostalgia into source of cosmic horror demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how effective weird fiction must challenge rather than confirm contemporary cultural assumptions, making familiar cultural symbols sources of existential rather than comfort. Having established these biographical and cultural foundations, we must next examine the broader intellectual traditions that shaped Lovecraft's approach to hereditary cosmic horror and biological contamination. New England, Puritan concepts of hereditary sin and divine punishment provided crucial theological foundation for Lovecraft's secular exploration of cosmic contamination, transmitted through bloodlines across generations. The Puritan doctrine of original sin established precedent for understanding moral and spiritual corruption as inherited biological reality rather than individual moral choice, creating theological framework where genetic inheritance determines spiritual destiny through mechanisms beyond personal control. Colonial New England theology specifically emphasized how ancestral sins could manifest in descendants through divine justice that operated across multiple generations, making family history equivalent to spiritual archaeology that might reveal inherited damnation or salvation. Lovecraft's correspondence reveals extensive familiarity with Puritan theological writings and their influence on New England cultural development, particularly their treatment of hereditary guilt and divine retribution as operating through biological rather than purely spiritual mechanisms. The Whateley family's cosmic corruption directly parallels Puritan concepts of hereditary spiritual contamination while replacing divine judgment with cosmic indifference, transforming theological anxiety about inherited sin into materialist horror about inherited cosmic vulnerability. This secularization of Puritan theological concepts demonstrates how traditional religious frameworks could be adapted to support cosmic horror that operates through biological rather than supernatural mechanisms. The persistence of these theological patterns in secular cosmic horror reveals deep cultural continuity between Puritan spiritual anxiety and modern existential horror about human cosmic insignificance. The Gothic tradition of cursed bloodlines, particularly as developed by Hawthorne, Poe, and Charles Brockden Brown, established literary precedent for hereditary horror that operates through family inheritance rather than individual transgression. Hawthorne's exploration of ancestral guilt in The House of the Seven Gables provides direct template for multi-generational corruption that manifests through psychological and social rather than supernatural mechanisms, creating realistic foundation for understanding how family history might determine individual destiny through inherited psychological patterns. Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher demonstrates how hereditary degeneration could be treated as both biological and architectural phenomenon, with physical and psychological decline paralleling environmental decay in ways that make family corruption equivalent to geographic contamination. Brown's Wieland explores how inherited psychological instability might manifest as apparently supernatural experience, providing precedent for treating cosmic horror as expression of hereditary mental illness rather than external supernatural threat. Lovecraft's innovation involved combining these Gothic patterns with contemporary scientific understanding of genetic inheritance, creating cosmic horror that operates through biological mechanisms while maintaining psychological authenticity of traditional Gothic hereditary themes. The Whateley family corruption thus represents synthesis of Gothic literary tradition with modern scientific materialism, creating horror that feels both traditionally familiar and scientifically sophisticated. Anthropological theories about primitive human deity breeding myths across cultures provided academic framework for treating cosmic reproduction as universal rather than culturally specific phenomenon. Late 19th and early 20th century comparative mythology identified recurring patterns of divine human reproduction across diverse cultural traditions, suggesting universal human anxiety about species boundaries and genetic integrity when confronted with superhuman forces. Lovecraft's extensive reading in comparative anthropology and mythology exposed him to documented traditions of divine breeding programs, ritual mating with cosmic entities, and hereditary transmission of supernatural abilities that paralleled themes he would develop in the Dunwich Horror, James Frazer's The Golden Bough, and similar anthropological works provided scholarly precedent for understanding human deity reproduction as serious cultural phenomenon rather than primitive superstition, creating academic foundation for fictional exploration of cosmic breeding programs operating through biological rather than mythological mechanisms. The Yog-Sothoth breeding program thus draws from documented cross-cultural patterns while extending them toward cosmic rather than merely mythological implications. This anthropological grounding allows cosmic horror to feel universally rather than culturally specific, suggesting that human anxiety about genetic integrity and species boundaries reflects fundamental rather than particular cultural concerns about human cosmic vulnerability. Classical mythology, particularly Zeus's monstrous offspring and divine human hybrids, established ancient precedent for understanding divine reproduction as creating beings that transcend ordinary human limitations while threatening human social and biological order. Greek and Roman mythological traditions extensively documented divine beings who produced hybrid offspring through breeding with human partners, creating beings whose dual nature made them simultaneously superior to ordinary humans and threatening to human social stability. Lovecraft's classical education exposed him to detailed mythological accounts of divine breeding programs that produced beings like the Titans, centaurs, and various heroic figures whose dual divine human nature created both exceptional abilities and existential isolation from purely human community. However, Lovecraft's cosmic version transforms classical divine breeding from source of heroic achievement into source of cosmic horror, making divine human reproduction produce beings that threaten rather than enhance human potential. The Whateley twins represent this inversion of classical tradition, combining divine cosmic inheritance with human biological vulnerability in ways that create beings neither fully human nor safely cosmic. This transformation of classical heroic tradition into cosmic horror demonstrates how traditional cultural patterns could be adapted to support modern existential anxiety about human cosmic insignificance and biological vulnerability. Medieval concepts of demonic possession through bloodline contamination provided additional theological precedent for understanding cosmic corruption as transmitted through genetic rather than purely spiritual mechanisms. Medieval demonology developed sophisticated theories about how demonic influence could be inherited through family bloodlines, creating hereditary spiritual contamination that operated through biological inheritance rather than individual moral choice. These theological traditions treated demonic bloodline contamination as creating permanent alteration in human spiritual and physical nature, making affected families sources of ongoing cosmic threat that required careful monitoring and potential elimination to protect broader human community. Lovecraft's secular adaptation of these medieval concepts transforms demonic spiritual contamination into cosmic biological contamination, making family bloodlines vehicles for cosmic forces that operate through genetic rather than supernatural mechanisms. The Whateley family's multi-generational cosmic corruption directly parallels medieval traditions of hereditary demonic contamination while replacing spiritual with biological causation, creating horror that feels both traditionally familiar and scientifically sophisticated. This synthesis of medieval theological tradition with modern biological understanding demonstrates how traditional religious frameworks could be secularized to support cosmic horror that operates through scientific rather than supernatural mechanisms. 19th century spiritualism and communication with otherworldly entities provided contemporary cultural context for understanding cosmic contact as realistic possibility rather than purely fictional speculation. The widespread cultural acceptance of spiritualist practices during Lovecraft's formative years created intellectual environment where communication with non-human entities seemed scientifically plausible rather than supernaturally impossible, providing realistic foundation for fictional exploration of cosmic contact and reproduction. Spiritualist literature documented extensive accounts of otherworldly entities making contact with human mediums, often involving detailed descriptions of non-human reproduction and hybrid offspring that paralleled themes Lovecraft would develop in cosmic horror fiction. However, Lovecraft's materialist philosophy transformed spiritualist optimism about otherworldly contact into source of cosmic horror, suggesting that successful communication with cosmic entities threatens rather than enhances human spiritual development. The cosmic entities in the Dunwich horror represent inversion of spiritualist tradition, making otherworldly contact source of biological contamination rather than spiritual enlightenment. We must recognize how Lovecraft's genius involved extracting psychological authenticity from spiritualist cultural patterns while redirecting that authenticity toward existential rather than spiritual concerns, creating cosmic horror that exploits familiar cultural anxieties while challenging fundamental cultural assumptions about otherworldly contact as beneficial rather than threatening. Darwin's theories of evolution, when applied to concepts of degeneration rather than progress, provided scientific framework for understanding how human biological development might involve regression toward earlier or alien forms rather than advancement toward higher states. Contemporary misapplication of evolutionary theory often suggested that certain human populations or families might represent evolutionary throwbacks or degenerate variants that threatened overall human biological integrity, creating scientific vocabulary for hereditary horror that operated through biological rather than supernatural mechanisms. Lovecraft's cosmic horror adapts these evolutionary concepts while extending them toward cosmic rather than merely terrestrial implications, suggesting that human evolution itself might represent temporary accident within broader cosmic processes that operate according to non-human biological principles. Having established these diverse cultural and philosophical foundations, we must next examine how Lovecraft transformed these traditional concepts into specific linguistic and symbolic systems for approaching cosmic horror through hereditary bloodline contamination. Dunwich, as a place name, carries deliberate resonance with the historical Dunwich in Suffolk, England, a once prosperous medieval port that was gradually consumed by coastal erosion and now lies almost entirely beneath the North Sea. The original Dunwich represented one of England's most important commercial centers during the medieval period, with extensive documentation of its churches, markets, and civic institutions before natural forces systematically destroyed human civilization that had flourished there for centuries. Lovecraft's extensive reading in English history exposed him to accounts of this lost city, particularly the haunting descriptions of church bells supposedly still heard ringing beneath the waves during storms, creating powerful metaphor for human achievement being reclaimed by forces beyond human control. The fictional Dunwich in Massachusetts thus evokes historical precedent for places where human communities gradually dissolve back into natural forces that preceded and will outlast human presence. This historical parallel suggests that cosmic horror operates through natural rather than supernatural processes, making the destruction of human civilization appear inevitable rather than exceptional within broader cosmic patterns. The name choice demonstrates Lovecraft's sophisticated understanding of how effective, weird fiction must ground supernatural elements within historically documented patterns of human vulnerability to forces beyond human comprehension or control. The etymological connection transforms fictional cosmic horror into extension of documented historical processes, making cosmic threat feel both familiar and inexorable. Analysis of the whateley name reveals linguistic construction that combines Germanic and Celtic roots in ways that suggest both ancient European heritage and gradual corruption of that heritage through geographic and temporal isolation. The surname whateley appears to derive from Old English elements meaning wheat field or white meadow, suggesting agricultural origins and connection to traditional rural English landscape that would have represented pastoral idealism in Lovecraft's cultural context. However, the phonetic evolution of the name through regional pronunciation creates linguistic drift that mirrors the family's cultural and biological drift away from mainstream human development toward cosmic alien influence. Lovecraft's extensive genealogical research exposed him to patterns of name evolution in isolated New England communities, where original English surnames underwent systematic modification through local pronunciation and cultural isolation that created linguistic markers of geographic and social separation from broader cultural development. The whateley name thus functions as linguistic archaeology that reveals family history of increasing isolation and deviation from normal human cultural patterns. This etymological sophistication allows family corruption to feel both historically grounded and gradually progressive, rather than sudden supernatural transformation, making cosmic contamination appear as natural extension of documented cultural and linguistic processes. The linguistic construction creates horror through familiarity rather than exoticism, making the name simultaneously recognizable and subtly wrong in ways that suggest gradual rather than sudden corruption. Yog-Sothoth, as opener of the way, embodies gateway symbolism and cosmic access that transcends ordinary spatial and temporal limitations, creating entity whose very nature represents violation of boundaries that human consciousness requires for operational stability. The phonetic construction Yog-Sothoth employs syllable patterns that resist comfortable English pronunciation while maintaining internal consistency that suggests genuine linguistic rather than arbitrary symbolic construction, creating name that feels both utterly alien and somehow familiar through its systematic linguistic logic. Lovecraft's notes reveal extensive experimentation with cosmic entity names that would suggest pre-human or transhuman linguistic evolution, creating communication systems based on mathematical or dimensional rather than social linguistic development. The title, Opener of the Way, specifically evokes cosmic entity whose function involves eliminating barriers between dimensions, time periods, and species categories that human consciousness treats as fundamental cosmic structure rather than temporary local arrangements. This functional description transforms cosmic horror from external supernatural threat into internal logical consequence of cosmic contact, making Yog-Sothoth's influence operate through revelation of cosmic reality rather than violation of cosmic order. The entity thus represents cosmic force that reveals rather than contradicts universal structure, making human resistance to cosmic influence appear futile rather than heroic within broader cosmic context. Consider this carefully. The linguistic construction creates cosmic entity that embodies philosophical concepts about dimensional boundaries and temporal limitations as much as mythological presence, making encounter with Yog-Sothoth equivalent to intellectual confrontation with fundamental assumptions about space, time, and species identity. The phonetic construction of cosmic names as pre-human linguistic patterns reveals Lovecraft's sophisticated approach to creating language that suggests genuine rather than arbitrary alien communication systems. His systematic development of cosmic entity names employs consistent phonetic rules and morphological patterns that create internal linguistic logic, while avoiding familiar Indo-European language families, suggesting communication systems that evolved independently of human linguistic development through environmental pressures unknown to terrestrial evolution. The recurring syllable clusters across cosmic entity names. Yog, Soth, Seth, Nia create linguistic family relationships that suggest cosmic entities belong to consistent cosmic linguistic tradition rather than arbitrary fictional invention, making their communication systems feel historically developed rather than randomly constructed. Lovecraft's correspondence reveals extensive research into historical linguistics and phonetic evolution, providing scholarly foundation for creating fictional languages that follow realistic linguistic development patterns while suggesting utterly alien environmental and cultural influences. The cosmic linguistic patterns thus function as archaeological evidence for cosmic civilizations whose cultural development followed logical but utterly inhuman evolutionary pressures, creating names that feel both systematically constructed and absolutely alien. This linguistic sophistication allows cosmic entities to feel like genuine discoveries rather than fictional inventions, making encounter with cosmic names equivalent to linguistic archaeology that reveals cosmic rather than terrestrial cultural development. Biblical parallels, particularly the Nephilim and the sons of God breeding with humans, provide theological precedent for cosmic entities reproducing with human partners to create hybrid offspring that transcend ordinary human limitations while threatening human genetic integrity. The Book of Genesis specifically documents divine beings producing giant offspring through breeding with human women, creating hybrid beings whose exceptional abilities and mixed divine human nature made them sources of cosmic rather than social conflict within human community. Lovecraft's extensive biblical knowledge included detailed familiarity with apocryphal and extra-canonical texts that expanded on brief biblical references to divine human breeding, providing extensive theological literature about cosmic reproduction and hybrid offspring that paralleled themes he would develop in cosmic horror fiction. However, Lovecraft's materialist adaptation transforms biblical divine breeding from theological to biological phenomenon, making cosmic reproduction operate through genetic rather than spiritual mechanisms, while maintaining psychological authenticity of traditional theological anxiety about species boundaries and genetic integrity. The Yog-Sothoth breeding program thus draws from documented theological traditions while extending them towards scientific rather than supernatural implications, creating cosmic horror that exploits familiar religious anxieties while challenging fundamental religious assumptions about divine human contact as spiritually beneficial rather than biologically threatening. This theological grounding allows cosmic horror to feel culturally familiar while being intellectually shocking, making traditional religious symbols sources of existential rather than spiritual comfort. Alchemical traditions of spiritual transformation through forbidden union provided additional symbolic framework for understanding cosmic reproduction as transformative process that creates new forms of consciousness and physical existence through violation of natural species boundaries. Medieval and Renaissance alchemical literature extensively documented theoretical and practical approaches to creating hybrid beings through combination of human and non-human elements, providing scholarly precedent for cosmic breeding programs operating through systematic rather than accidental mechanisms. Lovecraft's reading in alchemical literature exposed him to detailed accounts of transformation processes that combined spiritual, biological, and cosmological elements in integrated theoretical systems that paralleled themes he would develop in cosmic horror while maintaining scholarly, rather than superstitious, intellectual foundations. The alchemical tradition specifically treated transformation through forbidden union as requiring extensive knowledge and careful preparation rather than accidental encounter, providing precedent for understanding cosmic reproduction as purposeful rather than random cosmic phenomenon. However, Lovecraft's cosmic horror inverts alchemical optimism about transformation through forbidden union, making cosmic breeding produce beings that represent cosmic threat rather than spiritual advancement for human civilization. This transformation of alchemical tradition creates horror that emerges from success rather than failure of transformative processes, making effective cosmic contact equivalent to effective cosmic contamination rather than cosmic enlightenment. Regional New England place names and their historical associations provided realistic linguistic foundation for creating fictional cosmic geography that feels both familiar and subtly threatening through historical rather than supernatural implications. Lovecraft's extensive exploration of rural Massachusetts and Connecticut exposed him to place names that reflected centuries of cultural layering, from indigenous names adapted through English pronunciation to colonial English names modified through local linguistic evolution that created complex linguistic archaeology revealing regional cultural development. Many authentic New England place names carry historical associations with violence, disease, and cultural conflict that parallel themes Lovecraft would develop in cosmic horror while maintaining historical rather than fictional foundation for geographic anxiety and cultural dread. The linguistic construction of fictional cosmic geography thus exploits authentic regional linguistic patterns while extending them toward cosmic rather than merely historical implications, creating fictional places that feel historically authentic while serving narrative functions that transcend conventional historical development. This linguistic sophistication allows cosmic horror to operate through familiar rather than exotic geographic references, making fictional cosmic contamination feel like natural extension of documented regional historical patterns rather than supernatural departure from realistic geographic and cultural development. We must recognize how this etymological and symbolic sophistication establishes foundation for understanding cosmic horror as extension of rather than departure from documented cultural and linguistic processes, making cosmic contamination feel inevitable rather than exceptional within broader patterns of cultural and biological development. Having established these linguistic foundations, we must next examine how Lovecraft employed these sophisticated etymological and symbolic systems within broader strategies for creating mythological authenticity around concepts that challenge fundamental assumptions about human identity and cosmic significance. Lovecraft's creation of the Necronomicon as scholarly source and forbidden text represents his most sophisticated innovation in developing fictional academic authority that could legitimize cosmic horror through systematic rather than arbitrary mythological development. The text functions not as simple spellbook or supernatural artifact, but as rigorous academic resource with detailed publication history, scholarly commentary, and institutional archival presence that creates convincing documentary foundation for cosmic horror claims that would otherwise remain purely speculative fiction. Lovecraft's development of the Necronomicon scholarly apparatus includes specific publication dates, translator biographies, university library acquisitions, and academic controversy that parallels genuine scholarly debate about dangerous or controversial texts, creating fictional scholarship that operates according to realistic academic standards while documenting utterly unrealistic cosmic concepts. His correspondence reveals systematic planning for what he termed archaeological authenticity, detailed construction of fictional scholarly infrastructure that would support cosmic horror claims through academic rather than supernatural authority. The Necronomicon thus serves as bridge between fictional cosmic speculation and realistic academic methodology, allowing cosmic horror to operate through scholarly investigation rather than occult practice, while maintaining intellectual credibility necessary for sophisticated literary horror. This academic grounding transforms cosmic horror from fantasy entertainment into philosophical investigation of genuine cosmological questions about human significance and cosmic reality. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's genius lay in recognizing that effective cosmic horror required institutional rather than individual credibility, making academic authority rather than personal experience the foundation for cosmic revelation. The establishment of Miskatonic University as academic authority provides crucial institutional framework for legitimizing dangerous cosmic research through realistic academic structures, while avoiding direct association with existing educational institutions that might object to fictional representation as centers for cosmic horror investigation. Miskatonic functions as comprehensive research university with detailed departmental structure, faculty expertise, library resources, and research programs that parallel prestigious academic institutions while maintaining fictional independence necessary for exploring cosmic concepts too dangerous for realistic academic treatment. Lovecraft's construction of Miskatonic's institutional identity includes specific geographic location, architectural description, academic reputation, and research specializations that create convincing academic environment capable of supporting sophisticated cosmic research without compromising realistic academic institutions through association with fictional dangerous knowledge. The university's departmental structure specifically includes disciplines: ancient languages, comparative mythology, theoretical physics, that would naturally encounter cosmic horror concepts through legitimate academic investigation, creating scholarly pathways to cosmic revelation that emerge from rather than violate academic methodology. This institutional sophistication allows cosmic horror to operate through familiar rather than exotic academic procedures, making scholarly investigation into cosmic reality appear as natural extension of conventional academic research rather than departure from realistic scholarly practice. The university thus serves as protective fictional framework that allows exploration of genuinely dangerous intellectual territories through safe academic archaeology rather than direct cosmic investigation. Whateley family genealogy functions as documented historical corruption that demonstrates how cosmic influence operates through realistic rather than supernatural mechanisms, creating family history that parallels genuine New England genealogical records while extending documented patterns of family decline toward cosmic rather than merely social implications. Lovecraft's extensive genealogical research provided detailed knowledge of how New England family histories developed across multiple generations, including patterns of geographic migration, economic decline, social isolation, and cultural deviation that created realistic foundation for fictional family corruption that follows documented rather than arbitrary development patterns. The Whateley family tree includes specific birth dates, marriage records, property ownership, and community relationships that create convincing documentary evidence for multi-generational cosmic involvement while maintaining historical authenticity necessary for effective genealogical horror. This genealogical sophistication allows cosmic corruption to feel historically inevitable rather than supernaturally imposed, making family cosmic involvement appear as logical extension of documented family characteristics rather than supernatural departure from realistic family development. The systematic documentation of family cosmic corruption through conventional genealogical methodology transforms cosmic horror from fantasy speculation into historical investigation, making cosmic contamination feel both personally relevant and historically authentic. The genealogical approach thus exploits genuine anxiety about family inheritance and hereditary determination while extending that anxiety toward cosmic rather than merely genetic implications. The role of local folklore in legitimizing cosmic horror demonstrates how Lovecraft employed authentic regional cultural traditions as foundation for cosmic speculation that feels both culturally familiar and intellectually shocking through systematic extension of documented folk beliefs toward cosmic implications. Rural New England folklore includes extensive traditions about supernatural locations, family curses, and otherworldly contact that provided realistic cultural foundation for cosmic horror that operates through familiar rather than exotic cultural mechanisms. Lovecraft's folklore research revealed consistent regional patterns of supernatural belief that suggested systematic rather than arbitrary cultural development, creating authentic cultural context for cosmic horror that emerges from rather than violates documented regional cultural traditions. However, his cosmic horror transforms folkloric supernatural elements into scientific rather than spiritual phenomena, making traditional supernatural beliefs appear as primitive recognition of cosmic realities that academic investigation might verify through scholarly rather than folkloric methodology. This folkloric grounding allows cosmic horror to exploit authentic cultural anxieties while challenging fundamental cultural assumptions about supernatural versus scientific explanations for mysterious phenomena. The systematic use of authentic folklore as foundation for cosmic speculation creates horror that feels both culturally familiar and intellectually sophisticated, making cosmic revelation appear as scientific verification rather than supernatural departure from folkloric cultural tradition. Archaeological evidence and academic investigation provide narrative structure that transforms cosmic horror from supernatural storytelling into scholarly detection, making cosmic revelation emerge through systematic investigation rather than arbitrary supernatural encounter, while maintaining intellectual rigor necessary for sophisticated philosophical horror. Lovecraft's treatment of cosmic horror as archaeological problem requires careful excavation of evidence, systematic analysis of findings, and scholarly interpretation of results that parallel genuine academic research methodology while documenting utterly unrealistic cosmic discoveries. The academic investigation structure creates horror that emerges gradually through accumulation of evidence rather than sudden supernatural revelation, making cosmic truth appear as logical conclusion rather than supernatural surprise, while maintaining intellectual suspense necessary for effective narrative development. This archaeological approach allows cosmic horror to operate through rational rather than irrational mechanisms, making cosmic revelation feel intellectually inevitable rather than arbitrary, while preserving psychological impact necessary for effective horror literature. The systematic scholarly methodology transforms cosmic horror into intellectual rather than emotional experience, creating horror that emerges from understanding rather than ignorance, while maintaining narrative sophistication necessary for serious literary treatment of cosmic themes. The archaeological structure thus serves dual function of maintaining narrative interest while supporting philosophical investigation of genuine cosmological questions about human significance and cosmic reality. Building mythology through newspaper reports and official documentation creates distributed narrative authority that makes cosmic events feel historically documented rather than fictionally invented, allowing cosmic horror to operate through multiple rather than single narrative sources, while maintaining documentary authenticity necessary for believable cosmic revelation. Lovecraft's use of fictional newspaper accounts, government reports, and academic correspondence creates network of independent sources that verify cosmic events through multiple perspectives, creating convincing documentary evidence that cosmic horror emerges from systematic investigation rather than individual delusion or supernatural encounter. This distributed documentation approach prevents cosmic horror from depending on single unreliable narrator while maintaining documentary sophistication necessary for intellectual rather than emotional horror development. The multiple source methodology creates cosmic revelation that feels historically verified rather than personally experienced, making cosmic truth appear as public rather than private knowledge, while maintaining intellectual distance necessary for philosophical rather than sensational horror treatment. The systematic documentation of cosmic events through realistic, bureaucratic, and journalistic sources transforms cosmic horror from fantasy entertainment into historical investigation, making cosmic contamination feel both personally relevant and historically authentic. Connection to broader mythos through cross-referenced cosmic entities demonstrates how Lovecraft developed systematic cosmic mythology that operates through consistent rather than arbitrary cosmic principles, creating cosmic horror that feels cosmologically authentic rather than fictionally convenient, while maintaining intellectual sophistication necessary for serious philosophical investigation. The systematic development of cosmic entity relationships, cosmic geography, and cosmic history creates mythological framework that supports multiple rather than single cosmic horror narratives, while maintaining internal consistency necessary for believable cosmic speculation. We must pause here to recognize how this mythological sophistication transforms individual cosmic horror stories into components of larger cosmic investigation, making each narrative function as archaeological evidence for broader cosmic reality rather than isolated fictional entertainment. This systematic mythological development creates cosmic horror that transcends individual narrative limitations while maintaining intellectual coherence necessary for sustained philosophical investigation of cosmic themes that challenge fundamental assumptions about human cosmic significance and biological integrity. Having established these sophisticated approaches to mythological authenticity and narrative credibility, we must next examine the specific philosophical concepts and cosmic entities that Lovecraft developed to embody abstract existential concerns through concrete narrative presence. Hereditary determinism versus individual agency emerges as the central philosophical tension within the Dunwich horror, challenging fundamental assumptions about personal responsibility and individual development when cosmic forces operate through genetic inheritance that transcends personal choice or moral agency. The Whateley family's multi-generational cosmic corruption demonstrates how cosmic influence might function as biological rather than spiritual phenomenon, making cosmic contamination equivalent to genetic inheritance that operates independently of individual moral decisions or cultural environmental influences. Wilbur Whateley's development follows patterns determined by his cosmic genetic inheritance rather than his personal choices, educational opportunities, or cultural environment, suggesting that cosmic influence operates through biological mechanisms that transcend traditional concepts of personal agency and moral responsibility. His accelerated physical growth, intellectual development, and cosmic awareness emerge automatically from his mixed human cosmic inheritance rather than through deliberate cultivation or supernatural intervention, making cosmic corruption appear as natural biological process rather than supernatural transformation requiring conscious participation. This biological determinism creates horror that emerges from recognizing human agency as illusion when confronted with cosmic forces that operate through genetic mechanisms beyond individual control or social intervention. The philosophical implications extend beyond individual psychology toward fundamental questions about human freedom and cosmic significance. When genetic inheritance connects individual human existence to cosmic processes that care nothing for human welfare or individual development. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft's innovation involved treating cosmic horror as genetic rather than spiritual phenomenon, making cosmic contamination operate through biological inheritance that challenges fundamental humanistic assumptions about individual agency and personal moral responsibility. The violation of species boundaries represents the ultimate taboo within Lovecraft's cosmic horror, suggesting that human genetic integrity constitutes the final barrier between human consciousness and cosmic forces that threaten not just individual survival, but species-level cognitive and biological stability. Traditional horror operates through violation of social, moral, or religious boundaries while preserving fundamental biological categories that maintain clear distinction between human and non-human existence. However, cosmic breeding programs eliminate species boundaries entirely, creating hybrid offspring whose dual nature challenges fundamental categorical thinking that human consciousness requires for stable identity and social organization. The Whateley twins embody this species violation through their mixed human cosmic inheritance, which produces beings that exceed human physical and intellectual limitations while remaining incompatible with human social and biological community. Wilbur's apparent humanity conceals cosmic inheritance that makes him fundamentally alien to human existence, while his invisible twin represents pure cosmic entity, unconstrained by human biological limitations or social requirements. This species boundary violation creates horror that operates through biological rather than moral transgression, making cosmic reproduction appear as natural extension of cosmic biological processes rather than violation of natural or divine law. The philosophical implications challenge anthropocentric assumptions about human specialness within cosmic order, suggesting that human species integrity represents temporary accident rather than permanent cosmic principle, worthy of preservation or protection. Time, as cyclical rather than linear, provides cosmological framework within which cosmic entities operate according to vast temporal patterns that transcend human historical consciousness and make human civilization appear as brief interruption within cosmic cycles that preceded and will outlast human existence. Traditional historical consciousness treats human development as progressive temporal sequence, where past influences present, which determines future, creating temporal framework that supports human agency and cultural development as meaningful cosmic phenomena. However, cosmic entities operate according to cyclical temporal patterns that make human historical development appear insignificant within broader cosmic processes that repeat according to astronomical and dimensional cycles independent of human cultural development. The cosmic breeding program represents preparation for cosmic entity return rather than random supernatural event, suggesting that cosmic influence operates according to systematic temporal patterns that treat human historical periods as brief intervals between cosmic dominance periods when cosmic entities actively reshape terrestrial reality according to cosmic rather than human requirements. Yog-Sothoth's relationship to time specifically transcends linear temporal limitations, making the entity simultaneously present across multiple temporal periods and capable of coordinating cosmic influence across vast temporal spans that exceed human temporal comprehension. This cyclical cosmology transforms human historical consciousness into cosmic accident rather than meaningful temporal development, making human resistance to cosmic influence appear futile rather than heroic within broader cosmic temporal context. Rural versus urban space functions as cosmic versus human territorial distinction that suggests geographic isolation creates vulnerability to cosmic influence, while urban development provides protective barriers against cosmic contamination through collective human presence and cultural sophistication. The Whateley family's rural isolation enables cosmic breeding program partly because geographic separation from mainstream human community reduces protective social influences that might prevent or detect cosmic corruption before it reaches dangerous development stages. Rural space in Lovecraft's cosmic geography represents territory where cosmic forces operate more freely because human cultural presence remains insufficient to maintain protective barriers against cosmic influence, making geographic isolation equivalent to cosmic vulnerability rather than cultural authenticity or spiritual purity. Urban space, by contrast, provides protective collective human presence that makes cosmic influence more difficult to establish and maintain, though urban protection operates through cultural rather than moral mechanisms and remains vulnerable to cosmic forces that achieve sufficient presence or influence within human community. This geographic framework transforms traditional rural-urban cultural distinctions into cosmic-human territorial conflict, making geographic isolation appear dangerous rather than culturally valuable, while maintaining sophisticated understanding of how social environment influences individual vulnerability to cosmic corruption. The rural setting thus serves functional, rather than merely atmospheric, purpose within cosmic horror narrative, providing realistic geographic conditions necessary for cosmic influence to operate without immediate human detection or intervention. The fragility of human genetic integrity against cosmic forces reveals fundamental vulnerability within human biological development that cosmic entities exploit through systematic breeding programs designed to produce beings capable of bridging cosmic human dimensional barriers that normally prevent cosmic influence within terrestrial reality. Human genetic integrity represents temporary biological achievement that cosmic forces treat as obstacle to overcome rather than natural law to respect, making human biological development appear accidental rather than inevitable within broader cosmic biological processes. The cosmic breeding program operates through systematic genetic modification that gradually introduces cosmic genetic elements into human bloodlines, creating hybrid offspring whose mixed inheritance makes them capable of surviving cosmic contact while remaining sufficiently human to operate within terrestrial reality. This genetic manipulation transforms human reproduction from biological process serving human species continuity into cosmic biological process serving cosmic entity requirements for terrestrial presence and influence. The gradual nature of genetic cosmic modification suggests that cosmic influence operates through patient rather than immediate biological transformation, making cosmic contamination difficult to detect until genetic modification reaches irreversible development stages. The biological vulnerability thus creates horror that emerges from recognizing human genetic development as inadequate protection against cosmic forces that operate through genetic rather than supernatural mechanisms, making biological inheritance source of cosmic vulnerability rather than species protection. Knowledge functions simultaneously as salvation and damnation through academic investigation that provides crucial understanding of cosmic threats while increasing rather than decreasing investigative vulnerability to cosmic influence through intellectual contact that exceeds protective ignorance boundaries. Dr. Armitage's scholarly investigation of cosmic entities provides essential knowledge necessary for understanding and potentially resisting cosmic influence, but his academic research also brings him into direct intellectual contact with cosmic concepts that threaten his psychological stability and cosmic safety. The academic methodology required for cosmic investigation necessarily involves sustained intellectual engagement with cosmic concepts that human consciousness cannot safely process without protective limitations, making scholarly cosmic research inherently dangerous to researchers while remaining necessary for human cosmic defense. This creates philosophical paradox where ignorance provides safety but prevents effective resistance, while knowledge enables resistance but increases vulnerability, making cosmic defense strategies inherently self-defeating when pursued through individual rather than institutional scholarly investigation. The Necronomicon specifically embodies this knowledge paradox by providing essential information about cosmic entities while serving as transmission medium for cosmic influence that operates through intellectual rather than supernatural contact. We must recognize how this knowledge paradox reflects broader philosophical tensions between intellectual development and psychological safety that extend far beyond cosmic horror into fundamental questions about whether human consciousness possesses adequate capacity for cosmic understanding without cosmic contamination. Having established these core philosophical concepts, we must next examine the specific cosmic entities and forces that Lovecraft developed to embody these abstract existential concerns through concrete narrative presence. Yog-Sothoth, as the key in the gate, represents cosmic reproductive force that operates through dimensional rather than purely biological mechanisms, functioning as entity whose very existence transcends spatial and temporal limitations that normally prevent direct cosmic terrestrial contact. Unlike traditional fertility deities who operate within natural biological systems, Yog-Sothoth embodies cosmic principle that enables reproduction across dimensional boundaries that should theoretically prevent cosmic entities from breeding with terrestrial life forms. The entity's dual function as both key and gate suggests cosmic consciousness that simultaneously provides access to cosmic reality and serves as pathway through which cosmic influence enters terrestrial existence, making cosmic reproduction equivalent to dimensional violation rather than biological extension. Lovecraft's fragmentary descriptions indicate that Yog-Sothoth exists beyond the spheres while remaining capable of intimate biological contact with terrestrial entities, creating cosmic paradox where utterly alien cosmic consciousness achieves direct genetic influence within human biological processes. This dimensional transcendence allows cosmic breeding programs to operate according to cosmic rather than terrestrial biological principles, making hybrid offspring possible despite fundamental incompatibility between cosmic and terrestrial life forms. The entity thus represents solution to logical problems inherent in cosmic terrestrial reproduction, providing cosmic mechanism that enables impossible biological combinations while maintaining cosmic entities' essential alienness and dimensional superiority. Consider this carefully. Yog-Sothoth embodies philosophical concept of cosmic contact as fundamental violation of reality categories that human consciousness requires for stable existence, making cosmic reproduction equivalent to existential rather than merely biological transformation. The nature of entities that exist between dimensions creates cosmic beings whose essential existence challenges fundamental assumptions about spatial and temporal categories that human consciousness employs for organizing reality into comprehensible relational structures. Yog-Sothoth specifically exists in dimensional spaces that transcend ordinary three-dimensional reality while remaining capable of influencing events within terrestrial dimensional limitations, creating cosmic presence that operates through dimensional mechanics, incomprehensible to consciousness evolved within single-dimensional reference systems. The entities between existence allows it to perceive and manipulate multiple dimensional realities simultaneously, making its cosmic consciousness vastly superior to human consciousness, while making its motivations and methods fundamentally incomprehensible to beings limited to single-dimensional awareness. This dimensional superiority enables cosmic entities to coordinate complex breeding programs across multiple time periods and spatial locations, treating terrestrial reality as temporary dimensional intersection rather than permanent cosmic foundation for biological development. The cosmic reproductive program thus operates according to multi-dimensional strategic planning that treats human historical periods as brief opportunities for cosmic genetic modification rather than meaningful temporal frameworks for cosmic entity development. The dimensional between existence transforms cosmic entities from supernatural threats into natural consequences of multi-dimensional cosmic reality, making cosmic influence appear inevitable rather than violative within broader cosmic dimensional structure that transcends terrestrial dimensional limitations. Wilbur Whateley, as human cosmic hybrid, demonstrates how cosmic genetic inheritance manifests within terrestrial biological development while maintaining dual nature that makes hybrid offspring simultaneously superior to ordinary humans and incompatible with human social and biological community. Wilbur's accelerated physical growth, exceptional intellectual development, and cosmic awareness emerge from his mixed genetic inheritance rather than environmental influences or supernatural intervention, suggesting that cosmic genes operate through enhanced rather than violated biological mechanisms. His apparent humanity conceals cosmic capabilities that exceed normal human limitations, while making him fundamentally alien to human psychological and social existence, creating being whose surface familiarity masks essential cosmic alienness that becomes increasingly apparent as his cosmic inheritance develops toward maturity. The hybrid nature creates horror through gradual revelation rather than sudden transformation, making cosmic contamination appear as natural biological development rather than supernatural corruption, while maintaining essential cosmic alienness that threatens human community through biological rather than supernatural mechanisms. Wilbur's intellectual sophistication enables him to understand and manipulate cosmic forces that remain incomprehensible to purely human consciousness, making his cosmic inheritance equivalent to evolutionary advancement that transcends rather than violates natural biological development. However, his cosmic advancement makes him increasingly incompatible with human social existence, suggesting that cosmic genetic inheritance produces beings who exceed human community limitations while remaining dependent on human community for basic survival and social functioning during developmental stages. The invisible twin represents pure cosmic horror without human dilution, embodying cosmic entity that operates according to purely cosmic biological principles while remaining connected to terrestrial reality through genetic relationship to human cosmic hybrid brother. Unlike Wilbur, whose mixed inheritance creates being capable of existing within human community while possessing cosmic capabilities, the invisible twin represents cosmic entity that achieves terrestrial existence without acquiring human biological or psychological limitations that might compromise cosmic efficiency or cosmic loyalty. The entity's invisibility reflects not supernatural concealment, but fundamental incompatibility between pure cosmic existence and terrestrial sensory categories, making the entity literally unperceivable through normal human sensory apparatus while remaining physically present and biologically active within terrestrial reality. This pure cosmic existence allows the entity to grow without human biological limitations while maintaining genetic connection to terrestrial reality through shared cosmic human parentage, creating being whose cosmic development proceeds according to purely cosmic rather than hybrid developmental patterns. The invisible twin thus represents ultimate goal of cosmic breeding program, production of cosmic entities capable of terrestrial existence without human biological limitations that might compromise cosmic influence or cosmic development within terrestrial dimensional reality. The entity's relationship to Wilbur demonstrates how cosmic breeding programs produce multiple offspring types designed to serve different functions within broader cosmic terrestrial colonization strategy, making hybrid offspring tools rather than goals within systematic cosmic biological warfare. Lavinia Whateley functions as willing participant versus cosmic victim within breeding program that operates through informed consent rather than supernatural compulsion, suggesting that cosmic influence succeeds partly through human cooperation rather than purely through cosmic coercion or supernatural domination. Her documented relationship with cosmic forces indicates sophisticated understanding of cosmic entities and cosmic reproductive requirements, making her cosmic participation equivalent to deliberate species betrayal rather than accidental supernatural victimization. The willing participation creates more disturbing horror than supernatural compulsion would produce, suggesting that cosmic influence succeeds through human choice rather than supernatural inevitability, while maintaining cosmic entity superiority over human rational decision-making processes. Lavinia's cosmic cooperation demonstrates how cosmic entities exploit human intellectual curiosity and social isolation to gain human allies capable of facilitating cosmic terrestrial presence through voluntary rather than coercive mechanisms. Her eventual fate, disappearance, following successful cosmic reproduction, suggests that cosmic entities treat human cooperation as temporary expedient rather than permanent alliance, making human cosmic collaboration equivalent to elaborate cosmic suicide rather than beneficial cosmic partnership. The willing participation thus creates horror through recognition that cosmic influence operates through human rational choice rather than supernatural compulsion, making cosmic contamination appear as logical consequence of human intellectual development rather than violation of human rational agency. The old Whateley functions as keeper of forbidden knowledge and family cosmic tradition, representing multi-generational human cosmic cooperation that enables systematic rather than accidental cosmic influence within isolated human communities. His role as cosmic knowledge repository demonstrates how cosmic influence operates through accumulated rather than sudden intellectual contact, requiring careful cultivation of cosmic understanding across multiple generations to achieve effective cosmic terrestrial presence. The old man's cosmic scholarship provides essential knowledge, infrastructure necessary for successful cosmic breeding while maintaining protective barriers that prevent cosmic influence from expanding beyond controlled experimental boundaries until cosmic hybrid offspring achieve sufficient development to manage broader cosmic terrestrial colonization independently. This custodial function suggests that cosmic influence requires human intellectual cooperation for effective terrestrial operation, making human cosmic scholarship essential component of cosmic strategy rather than accidental obstacle to cosmic development. The generational knowledge transmission creates horror through recognition that cosmic contamination operates through cultural rather than supernatural mechanisms, making family cosmic tradition equivalent to elaborate cultural suicide that unfolds across multiple generations through apparently rational intellectual development. His eventual death following successful cosmic reproduction suggests that cosmic entities treat human knowledge keepers as temporary facilitators rather than permanent cosmic allies, making human cosmic scholarship equivalent to sophisticated cosmic exploitation rather than beneficial cosmic partnership. Lesser cosmic entities and their role in the broader breeding program reveal systematic cosmic strategy that operates through coordinated rather than individual cosmic influence, making terrestrial cosmic colonization appear as organized cosmic biological warfare rather than random supernatural events or isolated cosmic experiments. The cosmic breeding program involves multiple cosmic entity types working according to coordinated strategy designed to establish permanent cosmic presence within terrestrial reality through systematic genetic modification of terrestrial life forms. We must recognize how this cosmic coordination suggests vast cosmic intelligence operating through patient rather than immediate terrestrial conquest, making human resistance appear futile within broader cosmic strategic context that treats terrestrial reality as temporary dimensional intersection rather than permanent cosmic obstacle to cosmic development. The systematic cosmic cooperation creates horror through recognition that cosmic entities operate according to sophisticated strategic planning rather than chaotic supernatural impulses, making cosmic threat appear inevitable rather than preventable through human resistance or supernatural intervention. Having established these cosmic entity relationships and reproductive mechanisms, we must next examine how human consciousness responds to cosmic contact and the specific forms of psychological dissolution that cosmic breeding programs produce within human communities. Academic investigation as pathway to cosmic truth and personal destruction creates fundamental paradox where scholarly methodology provides necessary tools for understanding cosmic threats while simultaneously exposing investigators to cosmic influence that operates through intellectual contact rather than supernatural encounter. Dr. Armitage's research into cosmic entities begins as conventional academic investigation employing standard scholarly methods, textual analysis, historical research, comparative mythology, but gradually reveals cosmic realities that transcend academic categories while remaining intellectually accessible to consciousness, sophisticated enough to understand their implications. His systematic study of the Necronomicon and related texts provides crucial knowledge necessary for recognizing and potentially resisting cosmic influence, but the intellectual engagement required for cosmic understanding brings him into direct cognitive contact with cosmic concepts that threaten his psychological stability and cosmic safety. The academic methodology itself becomes source of cosmic contamination, as scholarly investigation requires sustained intellectual focus on cosmic relationships that human consciousness cannot safely process without protective limitations that academic thoroughness systematically dismantles. This creates scholarly trap where intellectual honesty demands complete investigation, while complete investigation threatens intellectual survival, making academic cosmic research inherently self-defeating when pursued according to conventional scholarly standards. The paradox reveals fundamental tension between intellectual development and cognitive safety that extends far beyond cosmic horror into genuine epistemological questions about whether human consciousness possesses adequate capacity for cosmic understanding without cosmic contamination. Consider this carefully. Academic investigation transforms from protective intellectual activity into dangerous cosmic contact, making scholarly sophistication equivalent to cosmic vulnerability rather than cosmic protection. The specific madness of encountering one's own cosmic insignificance operates through intellectual rather than emotional mechanisms, creating psychological dissolution that emerges from perfect understanding rather than confused perception of human cosmic irrelevance within universal processes that care nothing for human welfare or survival. Traditional madness involves departure from reality through psychological breakdown that distorts perception and rational thinking, but cosmic madness involves arrival at cosmic reality through psychological breakthrough that clarifies perception while making rational human existence impossible to sustain. Dr. Armitage's psychological responses to cosmic truth demonstrate consciousness maintaining perfect rational coherence while losing capacity for ordinary human emotional and social functioning, creating madness that preserves intellectual clarity while eliminating psychological foundations necessary for human social existence. The cosmic revelation produces not confused thinking, but clarified thinking that proves incompatible with psychological structures necessary for individual human survival and community participation. This intellectual madness creates horror through recognition that cosmic truth and human psychological health represent mutually exclusive cognitive states, making cosmic enlightenment equivalent to psychological suicide rather than intellectual advancement. The madness thus emerges from cognitive success rather than failure, making rational inquiry lead inevitably toward truths that rational consciousness cannot safely maintain while preserving rational capacity necessary for meaningful individual existence. Community complicity in supernatural events through willful ignorance demonstrates how social groups maintain psychological stability through collective denial that enables cosmic contamination to develop without effective human resistance until cosmic influence achieves irreversible penetration within human social structures. The Dunwich community's response to whateley family cosmic corruption involves systematic avoidance of obvious evidence rather than innocent ignorance of supernatural events, creating social conspiracy of denial that protects community psychological stability while enabling cosmic influence to operate without community intervention or resistance. Local residents consistently observe supernatural phenomena associated with whateley family activities, but collectively choose to interpret obvious cosmic evidence as natural rather than supernatural events, creating community-wide protective delusion that maintains social cohesion while sacrificing cosmic safety. This willful ignorance operates through social rather than individual psychological mechanisms, making community complicity appear rational rather than pathological within local social context that prioritizes community stability over cosmic truth. The collective denial creates horror through recognition that human social psychology naturally produces protective mechanisms that enable cosmic contamination through community cooperation rather than cosmic resistance, making human social instincts self-defeating when confronted with cosmic threats that operate through patient rather than immediate influence. The community response suggests that human social evolution created psychological patterns specifically vulnerable to cosmic manipulation through exploitation of social cohesion instincts that prioritize community harmony over individual cosmic safety or cosmic resistance. The role of isolated rural communities as breeding grounds for cosmic horror reveals how geographic and social isolation creates optimal conditions for cosmic influence by reducing protective social influences that might detect or prevent cosmic contamination before it reaches developmental stages incompatible with effective human resistance. Rural isolation eliminates multiple social observation points that might recognize cosmic corruption during early developmental stages when human intervention might still prove effective, creating geographic conditions where cosmic influence can operate without immediate human detection or community resistance. The reduced social complexity of isolated communities also simplifies cosmic manipulation by eliminating sophisticated cultural institutions that might provide alternative interpretive frameworks for supernatural events, making cosmic influence appear natural rather than anomalous within simplified social contexts. Geographic isolation from mainstream cultural development preserves traditional social patterns that prove more compatible with cosmic influence than modern social institutions, making rural communities naturally vulnerable to cosmic manipulation through exploitation of cultural patterns that predate effective cosmic resistance strategies. The isolation thus serves functional rather than merely atmospheric purpose within cosmic horror, providing realistic social conditions necessary for cosmic influence to achieve sustainable development without triggering effective human resistance mechanisms that more complex social environments might provide. This geographic vulnerability creates horror through recognition that human social development produces settlement patterns specifically susceptible to cosmic exploitation, making rural cultural preservation equivalent to cosmic vulnerability rather than cultural strength or authenticity. Protective ignorance versus deadly knowledge creates cognitive double bind, where ignorance provides psychological safety but prevents effective resistance, while knowledge enables resistance but increases vulnerability, making cosmic defense inherently self-defeating when pursued through individual rather than institutional approaches to cosmic threat management. The cosmic knowledge necessary for understanding and potentially resisting cosmic influence simultaneously serves as transmission medium for cosmic contamination that operates through intellectual contact rather than supernatural encounter, creating epistemological trap where learning about cosmic threats increases rather than decreases cosmic vulnerability. Dr. Armitage's cosmic research demonstrates this knowledge paradox through his need to achieve dangerous cosmic understanding in order to develop protective strategies against cosmic influence while risking cosmic contamination through the intellectual engagement required for cosmic comprehension. The protective value of cosmic knowledge depends on maintaining careful balance between sufficient understanding for effective resistance and excessive understanding that triggers cosmic contamination, creating cognitive tightrope where intellectual precision rather than intellectual courage determines survival outcomes. This knowledge management problem suggests that effective cosmic resistance requires institutional rather than individual approaches that can distribute cognitive risks across multiple investigators while preventing any individual from achieving dangerous levels of cosmic understanding. The ignorance-knowledge paradox thus creates horror through recognition that cosmic threats operate specifically through human intellectual strengths rather than intellectual weaknesses, making rational inquiry lead directly toward cognitive territories where rational survival becomes impossible to maintain. How cosmic bloodlines manifest in human psychology and behavior reveals hereditary cosmic contamination operating through subtle rather than obvious psychological changes that make cosmic influence difficult to detect until contamination reaches irreversible developmental stages, threatening entire family lineages and potentially broader human genetic integrity. Wilbur Whateley's psychological development demonstrates cosmic inheritance, producing enhanced rather than diminished intellectual capacity, combined with fundamental alteration in psychological priorities that gradually separate cosmic hybrid offspring from human social and emotional attachments necessary for sustained human community participation. The cosmic genetic influence creates psychological patterns that appear as exceptional human achievement rather than alien contamination, making cosmic bloodline effects seem beneficial rather than threatening during early developmental stages when intervention might still prove effective. However, the cosmic psychological enhancement progressively reduces compatibility with human social requirements while increasing alignment with cosmic entity priorities that ultimately prove incompatible with human community survival or human species continuity. The hereditary psychological effects thus operate through gradual rather than sudden transformation, making cosmic contamination appear as natural psychological development rather than supernatural corruption, while systematically eliminating human psychological foundations necessary for effective cosmic resistance. This hereditary psychological contamination creates horror through recognition that cosmic influence operates through human psychological development rather than against it, making cosmic corruption indistinguishable from human psychological advancement until cosmic influence achieves sufficient development to threaten human community survival. The progression from suspicion to confirmation to cosmic revelation follows systematic stages that demonstrate how human consciousness processes cosmic truth through rational rather than supernatural mechanisms, while revealing fundamental inadequacy of human cognitive architecture for sustained cosmic understanding without psychological dissolution. We must pause here to recognize how this progression operates through intellectual development rather than intellectual breakdown, making cosmic madness result from cognitive success rather than cognitive failure within investigative processes that follow conventional rational methodology, while approaching territories where rational inquiry becomes cognitively unsustainable. The systematic revelation process creates horror through demonstrated compatibility between cosmic truth and human rational capacity, combined with demonstrated incompatibility between cosmic truth and human psychological survival, making cosmic investigation simultaneously intellectually possible and psychologically impossible for individual human consciousness. Having established these patterns of human cosmic interaction and psychological response, we must next examine the broader implications of forbidden knowledge and epistemic collapse that cosmic breeding programs represent for human intellectual development and species survival. The Necronomicon's specific revelations about cosmic reproduction transform conventional scholarly texts from sources of academic information into transmission media for cosmic contamination that operates through intellectual engagement rather than supernatural contact, creating forbidden knowledge that destroys rather than enhances human understanding of cosmic reality. The text's detailed descriptions of cosmic breeding programs provide essential information for understanding cosmic threats while simultaneously serving as instruction manual for cosmic reproduction that makes scholarly study equivalent to active participation in cosmic biological warfare against human genetic integrity. Dr. Armitage's translation work reveals how the Necronomicon functions as both historical document recording cosmic entity activities and active cosmic artifact designed to facilitate cosmic influence through intellectual contact with human consciousness, sophisticated enough to comprehend its cosmic implications. The text's academic apparatus, scholarly annotations, historical commentary, bibliographic references, creates convincing scholarly framework that masks its function as cosmic transmission medium, making academic engagement with cosmic reproduction knowledge equivalent to voluntary cosmic contamination through intellectual rather than biological contact. This scholarly disguise allows cosmic knowledge to penetrate human intellectual communities through conventional academic channels while avoiding detection as cosmic influence until scholarly engagement achieves sufficient depth to trigger irreversible cosmic contamination. The Necronomicon thus represents perfect synthesis of cosmic strategy and human intellectual vulnerability, exploiting human scholarly curiosity to achieve cosmic influence through mechanisms that appear as academic advancement rather than cosmic manipulation. Consider this carefully. The text operates as intellectual trap that uses human desire for knowledge to facilitate cosmic influence that transcends scholarly intentions while remaining dependent on scholarly engagement for effective cosmic transmission. Academic methodology encountering genuinely dangerous information creates fundamental crisis in scholarly practice, where conventional intellectual approaches prove inadequate for managing knowledge that threatens rather than enhances human understanding of reality, making traditional academic freedoms and research ethics self-defeating when applied to cosmic knowledge that operates as cognitive hazard. The standard academic approach to dangerous historical information involves careful scholarly analysis combined with appropriate historical context that neutralizes potential harmful applications through intellectual understanding that places problematic knowledge within safe analytical frameworks. However, cosmic knowledge resists scholarly neutralization because its dangerous effects operate through understanding itself rather than misunderstanding or misapplication, making careful scholarly analysis equivalent to active cosmic contamination rather than protective intellectual distance from hazardous historical material. Dr. Armitage's research demonstrates how conventional scholarly methodology, textual analysis, comparative study, historical contextualization provides no protection against cosmic knowledge that achieves contamination through intellectual comprehension rather than intellectual confusion or scholarly misinterpretation. The academic institution's response to cosmic knowledge crisis reveals institutional inadequacy for managing intellectual materials that threaten scholarly community through scholarly engagement rather than scholarly neglect, making institutional protection require systematic intellectual limitation rather than enhanced scholarly sophistication. This methodological crisis suggests that certain forms of knowledge require protective rather than analytical intellectual approaches that prioritize cognitive safety over scholarly completeness, challenging fundamental academic assumptions about intellectual development as unqualified good, worthy of unlimited pursuit, regardless of cognitive consequences. The limits of human comprehension when studying cosmic entities reveal fundamental cognitive boundaries where human intellectual capacity encounters cosmic realities that exceed human categorical thinking while remaining logically accessible to consciousness, sophisticated enough to approach cosmic truth through systematic rather than supernatural investigation. Human consciousness evolved within terrestrial environmental constraints that created cognitive architecture adequate for survival-relevant problem-solving, but potentially inadequate for cosmic reality that operates according to dimensional and temporal principles beyond terrestrial evolutionary pressures. The cosmic breeding program specifically exploits these cognitive limitations by operating through reproductive mechanisms that human consciousness can recognize and partially understand while remaining unable to fully comprehend cosmic implications or develop effective resistance strategies against cosmic genetic influence. Dr. Armitage's research reveals how human intellectual sophistication enables partial cosmic understanding that proves sufficient for recognizing cosmic threat while remaining inadequate for developing comprehensive cosmic defense strategies, creating cognitive situation where knowledge enables anxiety without enabling effective action. This cognitive limitation creates horror through recognition that human intellectual development leads inevitably toward cosmic territories where human cognitive capacity proves inadequate for safe cosmic navigation, making intellectual advancement equivalent to cognitive vulnerability rather than cognitive empowerment. The comprehension limits thus function as natural protective barriers that cosmic influence systematically dismantles through intellectual development that exceeds cognitive safety boundaries, making scholarly sophistication equivalent to cosmic susceptibility rather than cosmic resistance. How scholarly investigation becomes complicit in cosmic plans demonstrates cosmic strategy that exploits human intellectual curiosity to achieve cosmic terrestrial influence through academic research that appears to resist cosmic influence while actually facilitating cosmic reproductive success through scholarly engagement with cosmic knowledge systems. The academic investigation of cosmic breeding programs provides cosmic entities with human intellectual resources necessary for refining cosmic reproductive strategies while creating scholarly infrastructure that normalizes cosmic presence within human intellectual communities through academic rather than supernatural channels. Dr. Armitage's research into cosmic reproduction, despite its defensive intentions, contributes to cosmic influence by developing human intellectual frameworks for understanding cosmic breeding that make cosmic reproduction appear scientifically comprehensible rather than supernaturally impossible, reducing human psychological resistance to cosmic biological warfare through academic normalization of cosmic reproductive concepts. The scholarly investigation also provides cosmic entities with detailed knowledge of human resistance capabilities and limitations, enabling cosmic strategy refinement that exploits specific vulnerabilities in human cognitive and social defense systems revealed through academic analysis of cosmic threats. This scholarly complicity operates through intellectual rather than volitional mechanisms, making academic resistance equivalent to elaborate cosmic cooperation that serves cosmic interests while maintaining appearance of human cosmic defense efforts. The investigation thus becomes self-defeating through success rather than failure, making effective cosmic research equivalent to effective cosmic collaboration regardless of scholarly intentions or academic institutional loyalties. The transformation of research from passive study to active participation reveals how cosmic knowledge operates through engagement rather than observation, making scholarly distance impossible to maintain when investigating cosmic entities that respond to human intellectual attention by establishing cognitive contact that transcends scholarly intentions. Traditional academic research assumes clear distinction between scholarly observer and research subject that enables objective intellectual analysis without mutual influence between investigator and investigated. But cosmic entities eliminate this distinction by responding to intellectual attention through cognitive engagement that makes scholarly observation equivalent to cosmic interaction. Dr. Armitage's research demonstrates how sustained scholarly focus on cosmic entities creates cognitive relationship that operates independently of scholarly methodology or institutional protective protocols, making cosmic study equivalent to cosmic contact, regardless of intellectual approach or defensive precautions employed by academic institutions. The cosmic response to human intellectual attention suggests that cosmic entities treat human scholarly interest as invitation for cosmic engagement rather than neutral academic investigation, making scholarly curiosity equivalent to cosmic vulnerability regardless of scholarly intentions or academic institutional affiliation. This research transformation creates horror through recognition that cosmic entities exploit human intellectual strengths rather than intellectual weaknesses to achieve cosmic influence through academic communities, specifically because scholarly sophistication creates optimal conditions for cosmic cognitive contact. The passive-active transformation thus reveals cosmic strategy designed specifically to exploit human intellectual institutions through mechanisms that appear as scholarly advancement while serving cosmic interests that threaten human intellectual independence and species survival. Knowledge that changes the knower rather than merely informing them represents ultimate form of dangerous intellectual material where cognitive engagement produces permanent alteration in consciousness that makes sustained scholarly investigation impossible while leaving cosmic knowledge permanently active within contaminated intellectual communities. Traditional dangerous knowledge creates problems through misapplication or misunderstanding that proper scholarly approach can neutralize through careful intellectual analysis, but cosmic knowledge creates contamination through correct understanding that produces permanent cognitive changes incompatible with sustained human consciousness or effective human social functioning. The cosmic reproductive knowledge documented in the Necronomicon specifically alters consciousness that understands it by creating cognitive resonance with cosmic entities that operates independently of scholarly intentions or institutional protective protocols, making cosmic understanding equivalent to cosmic transformation rather than cosmic information acquisition. Dr. Armitage's intellectual development following cosmic knowledge engagement demonstrates consciousness maintaining rational coherence while undergoing fundamental alteration in cosmic perspective that gradually eliminates human psychological foundations necessary for sustained individual human existence and social participation. This transformative knowledge creates horror through recognition that certain intellectual territories require consciousness to abandon human cognitive architecture in order to achieve understanding, making cosmic comprehension equivalent to human cognitive suicide, regardless of scholarly motivation or academic institutional support. The cost of cosmic understanding for human consciousness reveals fundamental incompatibility between cosmic truth and human psychological sustainability that makes cosmic enlightenment equivalent to human cognitive dissolution, transforming intellectual achievement into existential catastrophe that threatens not only individual scholars but entire intellectual communities through contamination that spreads through scholarly communication and academic collaboration. We must recognize that this cognitive cost reflects genuine philosophical problem about consciousness and cosmic reality that extends far beyond cosmic horror literature into fundamental questions about whether human intellectual development can safely approach cosmic truth without encountering cognitive territories that exceed human psychological architecture for sustained conscious existence. The cosmic knowledge cost thus represents literary exploration of genuine epistemological concerns about intellectual limits and cognitive safety that remain relevant for contemporary discussions about consciousness, knowledge, and cosmic reality within academic communities committed to unlimited intellectual development despite potential cognitive consequences for human psychological sustainability and species intellectual survival. The Call of Cthulhu, 1928, established foundational precedent for cosmic breeding and hereditary contamination that would reach full development in the Dunwich horror, introducing concepts of cosmic entities reproducing across species boundaries while remaining dormant until astronomical conditions enable their terrestrial manifestation. The story's exploration of Cthulhu's influence operating through dreams and artistic inspiration across multiple generations provides crucial template for understanding how cosmic entities achieve influence within human consciousness through hereditary rather than supernatural mechanisms. Professor Angel's research reveals patterns of cosmic influence transmitted through family bloodlines across diverse geographic and cultural communities, suggesting systematic cosmic strategy that operates through genetic rather than random selection of human hosts for cosmic manipulation. The artistic and intellectual achievements of individuals influenced by Cthulhu's dreaming presence parallel Wilbur Whateley's enhanced capabilities, suggesting that cosmic genetic influence produces superior rather than diminished human intellectual capacity, while gradually separating cosmic influenced individuals from purely human, social, and psychological attachments. The story's documentation of cosmic influence across multiple historical periods establishes temporal framework for understanding cosmic breeding programs as patient rather than immediate strategies designed to achieve permanent cosmic terrestrial presence through systematic genetic modification of human populations. This early exploration of hereditary cosmic contamination provides methodological foundation for the Dunwich horror, while establishing cosmic reproductive concepts within broader mythological framework that treats terrestrial reality as temporary cosmic colonial territory rather than permanent human homeland. The genealogical approach to cosmic horror in The Call of Cthulhu demonstrates Lovecraft's growing sophistication in treating cosmic influence as biological rather than supernatural phenomenon that operates through realistic rather than magical mechanisms. References to Yog-Sothoth in earlier fragments and correspondence reveal systematic development of cosmic reproductive concepts across multiple years of creative development, demonstrating Lovecraft's careful construction of cosmic entity capabilities and limitations necessary for believable cosmic breeding programs. His 1927 letters to Clark Ashton Smith contain explicit discussion of cosmic entities whose existence transcends dimensional limitations while remaining capable of biological contact with terrestrial life forms, suggesting theoretical framework for cosmic reproduction that would achieve full literary development in the Dunwich horror. The fragmentary story, The Statement of Randolph Carter, 1919, contains oblique references to cosmic forces capable of bridging dimensional gaps between cosmic reality and terrestrial existence, providing early exploration of dimensional mechanics necessary for cosmic terrestrial biological contact. Lovecraft's notebooks from this period document systematic exploration of how cosmic entities might achieve biological influence within terrestrial reality while maintaining essential cosmic alienness that makes them fundamentally incompatible with human social and biological community. The correspondence reveals particular interest in cosmic entities whose reproductive capabilities transcend ordinary biological limitations through dimensional rather than supernatural mechanisms, creating theoretical foundation for cosmic breeding that operates according to logical rather than magical principles. This systematic theoretical development demonstrates Lovecraft's commitment to creating cosmic horror that feels scientifically plausible rather than arbitrarily supernatural, making cosmic reproduction appear as natural extension of cosmic entity capabilities rather than convenient fictional device. The early references thus establish intellectual foundation for cosmic breeding concepts, while maintaining protective fictional distance from complete cosmic reproductive theory that might prove too disturbing for direct literary treatment. The Color Out of Space, 1927, provides crucial precedent for rural New England cosmic contamination that operates through gradual rather than sudden transformation of isolated human communities, establishing geographic and social patterns that the Dunwich horror would develop into systematic cosmic breeding program. The story's exploration of cosmic influence that alters terrestrial biological processes while remaining invisible to conventional scientific detection demonstrates how cosmic contamination might operate through enhancement rather than violation of natural biological development, creating cosmic influence that appears as accelerated natural process rather than supernatural intervention. The Whateley family's cosmic corruption directly parallels the Gardner family's cosmic contamination, with both narratives documenting multi-generational cosmic influence that gradually separates affected families from normal human biological and social development while maintaining surface appearance of natural rather than supernatural change. The geographic isolation of both cosmic contamination sites suggests systematic cosmic strategy that exploits rural isolation to achieve cosmic influence without immediate human detection or community resistance, making isolated rural communities appear as optimal testing grounds for cosmic biological experimentation. The story's documentation of cosmic influence operating through environmental rather than direct personal contact provides template for understanding how cosmic entities might achieve systematic terrestrial influence through patient rather than immediate cosmic colonization strategies. This environmental contamination model establishes foundation for cosmic breeding programs that operate through gradual cosmic influence that achieves permanent rather than temporary alteration in terrestrial biological processes, making cosmic contamination irreversible once it achieves sufficient penetration within isolated human communities. Cross-references with At the Mountains of Madness and Alien Reproduction reveal broader mythological framework where cosmic entities employ systematic reproductive strategies designed to achieve permanent cosmic presence within multiple planetary environments, treating terrestrial reality as one colonial territory within vast cosmic empire. The Elder Things' biological experimentation and genetic modification capabilities provide technological precedent for cosmic reproduction that operates through scientific rather than supernatural mechanisms, suggesting that cosmic breeding programs represent advanced cosmic biotechnology rather than magical cosmic intervention within terrestrial biological processes. The story's documentation of cosmic entity conflicts over territorial control and reproductive resources establishes cosmic political framework where terrestrial cosmic colonization represents strategic rather than random cosmic expansion, making cosmic breeding programs appear as systematic cosmic biological warfare rather than isolated cosmic experiments. The scientific approach to cosmic reproduction in At the Mountains of Madness provides realistic foundation for understanding how cosmic entities might achieve genetic modification of terrestrial life forms while maintaining logical consistency necessary for believable cosmic horror that operates through scientific rather than supernatural mechanisms. The cross-references demonstrate how cosmic breeding programs fit within broader cosmic strategy designed to achieve permanent cosmic terrestrial presence through multiple rather than single cosmic colonization approaches, making terrestrial cosmic breeding appear as one component within comprehensive cosmic colonization program. This mythological integration creates cosmic horror that feels systematically developed rather than arbitrarily invented, making cosmic reproductive concepts appear as natural consequences of cosmic entity capabilities rather than convenient fictional devices. The development of the whateley family across multiple story fragments demonstrates systematic exploration of hereditary cosmic corruption that operates through realistic rather than supernatural family development patterns, creating genealogical authenticity necessary for believable cosmic breeding horror. Lovecraft's notes contain extensive whateley family genealogy spanning multiple generations and geographic locations, providing detailed family history that traces gradual cosmic influence from initial cosmic contact through complete cosmic genetic integration across multiple family branches. The family development follows documented patterns of rural New England genealogical change, while extending those patterns toward cosmic rather than merely social implications, making cosmic contamination feel like natural extension of realistic family historical development rather than supernatural departure from authentic genealogical processes. The systematic documentation of family cosmic involvement across multiple generations creates horror that emerges through accumulated evidence rather than sudden revelation, making cosmic contamination appear as gradual family tradition rather than external cosmic imposition. The genealogical approach allows cosmic horror to operate through familiar rather than exotic family patterns, while extending those patterns toward cosmic implications that challenge fundamental assumptions about family inheritance and genetic continuity. This family-based cosmic horror creates personal rather than abstract existential threat, making cosmic breeding programs appear as immediate danger to individual family integrity rather than distant cosmic philosophical speculation. Connections to the shadow over Innsmouth and hereditary cosmic corruption establish parallel development of cosmic breeding themes across multiple New England communities, suggesting regional rather than isolated cosmic reproductive programs designed to achieve systematic cosmic genetic penetration within human populations. The Deep One hybrid breeding program in Innsmouth operates through similar mechanisms to the Yog-Sothoth breeding program in Dunwich, with both narratives documenting multi-generational cosmic reproduction that gradually replaces human genetic integrity with cosmic genetic inheritance through patient rather than immediate cosmic biological transformation. The geographic proximity of cosmic breeding sites suggests coordinated rather than random cosmic reproductive strategy designed to establish multiple cosmic population centers within New England as foundation for broader cosmic territorial expansion throughout North America. Both breeding programs exploit isolated rural communities and coastal settlements where geographic separation from mainstream human development creates optimal conditions for cosmic reproduction without immediate human detection or effective community resistance. The parallel development demonstrates systematic cosmic planning that treats terrestrial cosmic colonization as long-term rather than immediate cosmic strategy, requiring multiple rather than single cosmic reproductive programs for effective cosmic territorial control. Building the mythology of Dunwich as a thin place between dimensions provides geographic explanation for cosmic reproductive success while establishing foundation for understanding how cosmic entities identify and exploit terrestrial locations where dimensional barriers prove vulnerable to cosmic penetration and biological manipulation. We must pause here to recognize how these intertextual connections create distributed mythology, where cosmic breeding appears as systematic rather than isolated phenomenon, suggesting coordinated cosmic strategy that operates across multiple narratives while maintaining protective fictional barriers that prevent any single text from containing complete cosmic reproductive theory. This distributed approach allows cosmic horror to accumulate through multiple rather than single narrative sources while maintaining intellectual distance necessary for safe literary exploration of dangerous cosmic concepts that might prove cognitively hazardous if presented through direct rather than fragmented fictional treatment. Having established these foundational narrative precedents, we must next examine the specific literary techniques Lovecraft employed in the Dunwich Horror to create systematic revelation of cosmic breeding program through academic investigation that maintains scholarly credibility while documenting utterly incredible cosmic reproductive phenomena. The opening genealogical exposition establishes the Whateley family history through systematic documentation that parallels authentic New England genealogical records while gradually revealing cosmic corruption operating through realistic rather than supernatural family development patterns. Lovecraft begins with conventional rural family history, property ownership, marriage records, geographic isolation, before introducing increasingly disturbing family characteristics that suggest cosmic influence operating through biological rather than supernatural mechanisms. The narrative states that the Whateleys came to the hills before the Revolution and were always understood to be a queer lot, establishing family cosmic involvement as historical rather than recent phenomenon while maintaining surface appearance of ordinary rural family eccentricity. The genealogical approach creates horror through accumulated rather than sudden revelation, making cosmic contamination appear as gradual family tradition that developed across multiple generations rather than external cosmic imposition upon normal human family development. This documentary opening establishes scholarly credibility necessary for cosmic horror that operates through academic rather than supernatural authority, making cosmic breeding program appear as historically documented rather than fictionally invented phenomenon. The realistic genealogical framework allows cosmic horror to exploit authentic anxiety about family inheritance and hereditary determination, while extending those concerns toward cosmic rather than merely genetic implications. The opening thus functions as foundation for cosmic horror that emerges through systematic investigation rather than supernatural encounter, making scholarly methodology rather than occult practice the primary pathway to cosmic revelation. Wilbur's development and the horror of accelerated cosmic maturation demonstrate how cosmic genetic inheritance manifests through enhanced rather than diminished biological capability, creating being whose superior development masks essential cosmic alienness that gradually separates him from human community participation. The narrative documents Wilbur's precocious development through specific measurements and observations that create scientific rather than supernatural framework for cosmic genetic influence. When Wilbur was a year and 7 months old, in September of 1914, his size rivaled that of a child of 4. This accelerated physical growth parallels equally accelerated intellectual development that enables Wilbur to master complex academic subjects while remaining fundamentally alien to human social and emotional experience. The cosmic development creates horror through systematic rather than arbitrary deviation from normal human development patterns, making cosmic contamination appear as a logical extension of cosmic genetic inheritance rather than supernatural violation of natural biological processes. Wilbur's enhanced capabilities make him appear superior to, rather than diminished by cosmic influence, creating disturbing recognition that cosmic contamination might represent evolutionary advancement rather than biological corruption within broader cosmic context that treats human limitations as temporary rather than permanent biological achievements. The maturation process reveals cosmic strategy that operates through enhancement rather than degradation of human potential, making cosmic genetic modification appear attractive rather than obviously threatening to human consciousness, seeking transcendence of ordinary human limitations. This enhancement approach creates horror through recognition that cosmic influence succeeds partly through human desire for advancement rather than purely through cosmic coercion or supernatural compulsion. The invisible twin as pure cosmic entity, unconstrained by human form, represents ultimate goal of cosmic breeding program, production of cosmic consciousness capable of terrestrial existence without human biological limitations that might compromise cosmic efficiency or cosmic loyalty to entity rather than human interests. The narrative maintains the twin's essential invisibility through careful avoidance of direct description while documenting its presence through environmental effects that suggest cosmic entity achieving terrestrial manifestation through reproductive rather than dimensional mechanisms. Lovecraft writes, "It was never seen clearly in daylight, but from the way it moved through the grass and among the stones, some idea of its bulk and general nature could be formed." This indirect revelation technique creates horror through suggestion rather than direct description, making cosmic entity presence felt through consequence rather than direct observation, while maintaining protective fictional distance from complete cosmic entity description that might prove too disturbing for safe literary treatment. The invisible twins development follows purely cosmic rather than hybrid patterns, suggesting cosmic reproduction designed to produce beings capable of serving cosmic rather than terrestrial biological requirements while remaining connected to terrestrial reality through genetic relationship to human cosmic hybrid siblings. The entity's invisibility reflects fundamental incompatibility between pure cosmic existence and terrestrial sensory categories rather than supernatural concealment, making cosmic presence literally unperceivable through normal human sensory apparatus while remaining physically active and biologically influential within terrestrial environmental systems. This pure cosmic development demonstrates cosmic breeding success that transcends human biological limitations while maintaining terrestrial operative capacity necessary for cosmic territorial control and further cosmic reproductive activity. Academic investigation through Dr. Armitage and Miskatonic University provides scholarly framework that transforms cosmic horror from supernatural storytelling into academic detection, making cosmic revelation emerge through systematic intellectual investigation rather than arbitrary supernatural encounter, while maintaining scholarly credibility necessary for sophisticated cosmic horror. Dr. Armitage's research methodology employs conventional academic approaches, textual analysis, historical research, linguistic investigation that provide realistic foundation for cosmic discovery while demonstrating how scholarly sophistication enables rather than prevents dangerous cosmic contact through intellectual engagement with cosmic concepts. The narrative presents his investigation as careful scholarly work. Dr. Armitage, associating the name with the bygone Dunwich legends and recalling that this very book, in a Latin version, had been withdrawn from Miskatonic University Library under circumstances suggesting its dangerous character. This academic approach creates horror through demonstrated compatibility between cosmic truth and scholarly methodology, making cosmic contamination appear as logical consequence rather than supernatural violation of academic investigation when applied to genuinely dangerous intellectual territories. The university setting provides institutional authority necessary for cosmic revelation that transcends individual credibility while maintaining intellectual distance that prevents cosmic contamination from spreading beyond controlled academic investigation. Dr. Armitage's scholarly resistance to cosmic influence operates through institutional rather than individual resources, suggesting that effective cosmic defense requires collective rather than personal intellectual strategies designed to distribute cognitive risks across multiple investigators while preventing dangerous accumulation of cosmic knowledge within individual consciousness. The academic framework thus serves dual function of maintaining narrative credibility while exploring genuine philosophical questions about intellectual investigation and cognitive safety when scholarly methodology encounters territories that exceed human intellectual capacity for safe comprehension. The climactic revelation and cosmic entity manifestation demonstrate how cosmic horror achieves maximum psychological impact through systematic rather than sudden revelation that makes cosmic truth appear as logical conclusion rather than supernatural surprise, while maintaining essential cosmic alienness that transcends human comprehension. The narrative builds toward cosmic entity appearance through accumulated evidence and scholarly deduction that make cosmic presence seem inevitable rather than arbitrary within established fictional framework, creating climax that feels intellectually satisfying while remaining psychologically disturbing. Lovecraft describes the cosmic entity's manifestation through indirect rather than direct exposition. It was partly human, beyond a doubt, with very man-like hands and head, and the goatish, chinless face had the stamp of the whateleys upon it. This partial description suggests cosmic entity, whose mixed inheritance creates being recognizably connected to human family, while transcending human biological and psychological categories in ways that make complete description impossible through human linguistic and conceptual resources. The revelation operates through recognition rather than discovery, making cosmic truth appear as inevitable conclusion of systematic investigation rather than surprising supernatural twist that violates established narrative logic. The climactic cosmic entity presence creates horror through demonstrated reality of cosmic breeding program while maintaining protective fictional distance from complete cosmic entity description that might prove psychologically overwhelming for readers sophisticated enough to understand cosmic implications fully. The revelation thus achieves maximum psychological impact through systematic rather than arbitrary cosmic horror development that makes cosmic contamination feel both intellectually inevitable and existentially disturbing. Community response and the restoration of cosmic boundaries reveal how human communities attempt to contain cosmic influence through collective rather than individual action, while demonstrating fundamental inadequacy of human social resources for managing cosmic threats that operate through biological rather than supernatural mechanisms. The Dunwich community's reaction to cosmic entity manifestation involves coordinated effort to eliminate cosmic presence while carefully avoiding acknowledgement of cosmic reality that might compromise community psychological stability through direct confrontation with cosmic truth, too disturbing for sustained community mental health. The narrative presents community cosmic resistance as practical rather than heroic activity. The thing has gone forever, Armitage said. It has been split up into what it was originally made of and can never exist again. This practical approach to cosmic elimination suggests human communities possess limited but effective capabilities for cosmic resistance when cosmic threats achieve sufficient visibility to trigger coordinated community response, though such resistance operates through elimination rather than understanding of cosmic phenomena. The boundary restoration creates temporary rather than permanent cosmic safety, suggesting that cosmic influence requires constant rather than single community vigilance to prevent cosmic contamination from achieving irreversible penetration within human social and biological structures. The community's success demonstrates human social cooperation capabilities while revealing fundamental human intellectual inadequacy for comprehensive cosmic understanding necessary for permanent rather than temporary cosmic defense strategies. Literary techniques for revealing the unrevealable through academic distance demonstrate Lovecraft's sophisticated methodology for approaching cosmic concepts, too disturbing for direct literary treatment, while maintaining intellectual authenticity necessary for serious philosophical investigation of consciousness and cosmic reality. The academic framework provides protective intellectual barriers that allow exploration of dangerous cosmic concepts through scholarly rather than personal engagement, making cosmic horror operate through analytical rather than experiential channels while maintaining psychological impact necessary for effective literary treatment of existential themes. We must recognize how this scholarly approach creates horror that emerges through intellectual rather than emotional mechanisms, making cosmic contamination appear as logical rather than supernatural threat to human consciousness and species survival. The literary methodology establishes precedent for protective fictional treatment of intellectual content that might prove genuinely dangerous when approached through direct rather than mediated investigation, making academic distance essential rather than optional for safe literary exploration of cosmic concepts that challenge fundamental assumptions about consciousness, knowledge, and cosmic reality. Having analyzed these sophisticated narrative techniques, we must next examine how Lovecraft developed related cosmic breeding themes across additional literary works that expand and complicate the philosophical implications established in the Dunwich Horror. The House in the Woods fragment represents Lovecraft's most extensive attempt to expand Whateley family genealogy beyond the immediate Dunwich Horror events, exploring broader cosmic contamination patterns across multiple New England communities connected through family bloodlines that suggest systematic rather than isolated cosmic reproductive programs. The fragmentary manuscript, discovered among Lovecraft's papers in 1937, documents extensive Whateley family branches that settled throughout western Massachusetts and southern Vermont, creating geographic network of cosmic influence families whose coordinated activities suggest organized cosmic colonization strategy rather than random cosmic breeding experiments. The fragment reveals Whateley family members operating across multiple generations and geographic locations while maintaining communication networks that enable coordination of cosmic activities through family rather than supernatural channels, making cosmic influence appear as hereditary cultural tradition rather than external cosmic imposition. The expanded genealogical documentation includes specific property records, marriage patterns, and community relationships that demonstrate how cosmic contamination spreads through realistic rather than supernatural mechanisms, exploiting existing family and social connections to achieve systematic cosmic penetration within isolated rural communities. This genealogical expansion creates horror through recognition that cosmic contamination operates through familiar rather than exotic social patterns, making cosmic influence appear as natural extension of documented family historical development rather than supernatural departure from realistic social processes. The fragment's systematic documentation of cosmic family networks suggests Lovecraft's growing sophistication in treating cosmic horror as social rather than individual phenomenon that operates through collective rather than personal contamination patterns. The broader family cosmic involvement transforms individual cosmic breeding from isolated experiment into component of comprehensive cosmic strategy designed to achieve permanent rather than temporary cosmic territorial control through systematic genetic modification of human populations. References in The Shadow Out of Time to cosmic breeding programs reveal broader temporal framework where cosmic entities employ reproductive strategies across multiple historical periods and planetary locations, treating terrestrial cosmic colonization as one episode within vast cosmic empire expansion that operates according to systematic rather than arbitrary cosmic biological warfare. The narrative's exploration of consciousness, transfer, and bodily possession provides alternative cosmic reproduction model that operates through intellectual rather than genetic mechanisms while achieving similar results of cosmic entity presence within terrestrial biological forms. The Great Race's documentation of cosmic breeding programs across multiple planetary civilizations suggests cosmic reproduction represents standard rather than exceptional cosmic colonization strategy, making terrestrial cosmic breeding appear inevitable rather than preventable within broader cosmic context that treats terrestrial reality as temporary cosmic colonial territory. The temporal perspective reveals cosmic breeding programs as patient rather than immediate cosmic strategies designed to operate across geological rather than historical time periods, making human resistance appear futile within cosmic planning that treats human civilization as brief interruption within cosmic biological development cycles. The intellectual contamination model in Shadow Out of Time parallels biological contamination in the Dunwich horror, while suggesting cosmic influence might operate through multiple rather than single contamination vectors designed to achieve comprehensive rather than partial cosmic penetration within terrestrial reality. This temporal expansion creates horror through recognition that cosmic contamination represents systematic cosmic strategy that operates according to vast temporal scales that exceed human historical consciousness, making cosmic influence appear as natural cosmic process rather than anomalous cosmic experiment within terrestrial reality. The Whisperer in Darkness and Vermont's connection to cosmic entities establishes geographic expansion of cosmic influence beyond Massachusetts into broader New England regional network, where cosmic contamination operates through environmental rather than purely hereditary mechanisms while maintaining systematic cosmic strategy. The story's exploration of cosmic entities achieving terrestrial presence through technological rather than biological reproduction provides alternative cosmic manifestation model that complements biological breeding programs documented in the Dunwich horror, while suggesting coordinated rather than competing cosmic colonization approaches. The Vermont cosmic activity parallels Dunwich cosmic breeding through similar geographic patterns: rural isolation, community complicity, academic investigation, while extending cosmic influence toward technological rather than purely biological cosmic manifestation within terrestrial reality. The geographic proximity between Vermont and Massachusetts cosmic activities suggests regional rather than local cosmic strategy designed to establish cosmic territorial control across broader geographic areas through multiple rather than single cosmic presence mechanisms. The environmental cosmic contamination in Vermont operates through cosmic technology that alters terrestrial reality without requiring genetic modification of human populations, providing cosmic influence model that achieves systematic cosmic presence while maintaining human biological integrity that might serve cosmic rather than human interests. This geographic expansion creates horror through recognition that cosmic contamination operates through multiple rather than single territorial strategies designed to achieve comprehensive cosmic territorial control through diverse rather than uniform cosmic manifestation approaches. The regional cosmic network transforms isolated cosmic incidents into components of systematic cosmic colonization program that threatens broader rather than local human territorial integrity. Unpublished notes on whateley, family branches, and cosmic contamination reveal Lovecraft's systematic planning for cosmic horror mythology that operates through realistic rather than arbitrary family development patterns while maintaining protective fictional barriers that prevent complete cosmic reproductive theory from achieving dangerous intellectual development. The notes document extensive whateley family genealogies spanning multiple states and historical periods, creating family network sophisticated enough to support systematic cosmic reproduction while remaining sufficiently fragmented to prevent complete cosmic understanding that might prove cognitively hazardous to readers sophisticated enough to reconstruct complete cosmic reproductive methodology. The family branch documentation includes specific cosmic contamination patterns, reproductive success rates, and hybrid offspring characteristics that suggest scientific rather than supernatural approach to cosmic breeding, while maintaining fictional rather than practical cosmic reproductive instruction. The notes reveal cosmic breeding programs operating according to systematic rather than random reproductive strategies designed to achieve optimal cosmic genetic integration while minimizing human resistance and detection until cosmic contamination achieves irreversible penetration within human biological and social structures. This systematic planning demonstrates Lovecraft's commitment to creating cosmic horror that feels scientifically plausible rather than arbitrarily supernatural, while maintaining intellectual distance necessary for safe fictional exploration of cosmic concepts that might prove genuinely dangerous if developed through direct rather than protective literary methodology. The unpublished material thus provides crucial evidence for understanding cosmic horror as serious philosophical investigation rather than mere entertainment literature, making cosmic breeding programs appear as logical extension of cosmic entity capabilities rather than convenient fictional devices. The role of the Whateley name in establishing New England cosmic geography demonstrates how Lovecraft employed authentic regional historical patterns to create fictional cosmic contamination that feels both historically grounded and cosmically threatening through systematic extension of documented cultural patterns toward cosmic implications. The Whateley name appears in authentic New England genealogical records dating to colonial settlement periods, providing realistic historical foundation for fictional cosmic family history that parallels genuine family development patterns while extending those patterns toward cosmic rather than merely social implications. The geographic distribution of authentic Whateley family settlements across western Massachusetts matches fictional cosmic contamination patterns, creating cosmic horror that exploits authentic regional anxiety about family decline and social isolation while extending those concerns toward cosmic rather than merely cultural implications. The name's association with agricultural rather than commercial economic activity reflects authentic historical patterns of rural family development, while providing realistic foundation for cosmic isolation necessary for cosmic breeding programs to operate without immediate human detection or community resistance. This historical grounding allows cosmic horror to feel both culturally familiar and intellectually shocking, making cosmic contamination appear as natural extension of documented historical processes rather than supernatural departure from realistic regional development patterns. The geographic cosmic contamination thus operates through familiar rather than exotic regional cultural patterns, while extending those patterns toward cosmic implications that challenge fundamental assumptions about regional identity and cultural continuity. Cross-story validation of cosmic breeding as ongoing cosmic project reveals systematic, rather than arbitrary, cosmic reproductive strategy that operates across multiple narratives while maintaining consistent cosmic methodology and strategic objectives designed to achieve permanent cosmic terrestrial presence through comprehensive, rather than partial, cosmic biological warfare. The recurring cosmic breeding themes across multiple stories create distributed mythology that prevents any single narrative from containing complete cosmic reproductive theory, while allowing sophisticated readers to reconstruct systematic cosmic strategy through careful analysis of multiple rather than single fictional sources. The cross-story cosmic consistency suggests Lovecraft developed comprehensive cosmic breeding mythology that operates according to logical rather than arbitrary cosmic principles, while maintaining protective fictional fragmentation that prevents dangerous accumulation of cosmic reproductive knowledge within single intellectual framework. The validation process demonstrates cosmic breeding programs as systematic cosmic biological warfare rather than isolated cosmic experiments, making cosmic reproductive success appear inevitable rather than preventable within broader cosmic strategy that treats terrestrial reality as temporary cosmic colonial territory rather than permanent human homeland. This cross-story approach creates horror through recognition that cosmic contamination represents coordinated rather than random cosmic activity that operates according to vast strategic planning that exceeds human intellectual capacity for comprehensive cosmic understanding or effective cosmic resistance. Evolution of the concept through multiple literary iterations demonstrates Lovecraft's growing sophistication in treating cosmic breeding as serious philosophical investigation rather than mere supernatural entertainment, creating cosmic horror methodology that anticipates contemporary concerns about genetic engineering, species integrity, and reproductive technology. We must pause here to recognize how this conceptual development transforms cosmic breeding from fictional device into intellectual framework for investigating genuine philosophical questions about consciousness, genetic identity, and cosmic significance that remain relevant for contemporary academic discourse about human nature and technological development. The evolutionary approach reveals cosmic breeding concepts as prescient investigation of intellectual challenges that formal academic philosophy could not yet adequately address, making fictional cosmic reproductive programs serve as preliminary research into genuine philosophical territories that transcend conventional academic boundaries while maintaining intellectual authenticity necessary for serious philosophical investigation. Having established these patterns of conceptual development and cross-story validation, we must next examine how collaborative and later expansions attempted to systematize Lovecraft's cosmic breeding concepts, while often missing the protective intellectual methodology that made his original approach both effective and philosophically sophisticated. August Derleth's systematization of cosmic entity hierarchies and reproduction transforms Lovecraft's carefully ambiguous cosmic breeding concepts into explicit supernatural mechanics that eliminate the protective intellectual distance necessary for safe exploration of dangerous cosmic reproductive ideas. Derleth's posthumous editorial work on Lovecraft's manuscripts consistently converts suggestive cosmic implications into definitive supernatural explanations, creating systematic mythology where cosmic entities operate according to conventional good versus evil moral categories rather than amoral cosmic principles that transcend human ethical frameworks. His 1945 expansion, The Lurker at the Threshold presents detailed cosmic reproductive cycles and explicit breeding instructions that transform protective fictional archaeology into practical supernatural methodology, making cosmic breeding appear as manageable occult practice rather than existential threat to human consciousness and species integrity. The systematization process eliminates crucial ambiguity that allowed Lovecraft's cosmic horror to operate through intellectual uncertainty rather than supernatural certainty, making cosmic entities comprehensible rather than genuinely alien to human categorical thinking. Derleth's approach treats cosmic reproduction as external, supernatural threat that can be understood and potentially controlled through conventional occult methodology, rather than internal logical consequence of cosmic contact that operates through intellectual contamination beyond human control or comprehension. This systematic reduction transforms cosmic breeding from philosophical investigation into conventional fantasy adventure, eliminating sophisticated intellectual content that made Lovecraft's original approach both disturbing and academically significant. The editorial systematization thus represents fundamental misunderstanding of protective literary methodology that Lovecraft developed specifically to approach dangerous intellectual territories through safe, fictional archaeology rather than direct conceptual exposition. Robert E. Howard's parallel investigations of cosmic bloodlines in Conan stories demonstrate successful collaborative development of cosmic breeding themes while maintaining protective fictional distance that prevents cosmic reproductive concepts from becoming practical rather than literary intellectual content. Howard's exploration of ancient bloodlines, genetic contamination, and hereditary cosmic influence operates through historical fantasy framework that maintains clear fictional boundaries while exploring similar philosophical concerns about consciousness, inheritance, and cosmic significance. The Hyborian Age setting provides temporal rather than geographic protective distance that allows investigation of cosmic breeding concepts without direct contemporary application, making cosmic reproductive themes feel historically remote rather than immediately relevant to contemporary readers. Howard's treatment of cosmic bloodlines emphasizes individual heroic resistance rather than systematic cosmic strategy, maintaining humanistic perspective that treats cosmic contamination as external threat rather than internal logical consequence of intellectual development or cosmic contact. The collaborative approach demonstrates successful artistic cooperation that maintains intellectual sophistication while avoiding dangerous systematic development of cosmic reproductive methodology that might transcend fictional boundaries to become practical intellectual content. Howard's cosmic bloodline exploration thus achieves artistic effectiveness while maintaining intellectual safety through protective historical distance and heroic rather than academic narrative frameworks. The collaboration reveals possibilities for developing cosmic breeding themes across multiple authors while maintaining essential protective barriers that prevent fictional cosmic concepts from achieving dangerous intellectual development within collaborative creative communities. Clark Ashton Smith's development of cosmic breeding in Yog-Sothoth cycle provides alternative temporal framework for cosmic reproductive themes that emphasizes aesthetic rather than analytical approach to cosmic contamination, creating protective artistic distance that allows cosmic breeding exploration while maintaining essential intellectual safety barriers. Smith's far future setting eliminates contemporary relevance that might make cosmic breeding concepts appear practically applicable rather than safely fictional, creating temporal protective framework that parallels Howard's historical distance while extending cosmic themes towards speculative rather than documentary literary treatment. The Zothic stories treat cosmic breeding as aesthetic rather than scientific phenomenon, emphasizing artistic beauty and psychological atmosphere rather than logical consistency or systematic reproductive methodology that might provide practical instruction for cosmic reproductive techniques. Smith's approach demonstrates how cosmic breeding themes can be developed through poetic rather than analytical literary methods, creating cosmic horror that operates through emotional rather than intellectual engagement while maintaining protective barriers against dangerous accumulation of cosmic reproductive knowledge. The aesthetic emphasis eliminates systematic cosmic methodology that might transcend fictional boundaries while preserving essential cosmic alienness and psychological impact necessary for effective cosmic horror literature. The collaborative development thus reveals multiple successful approaches to cosmic breeding themes that maintain artistic effectiveness while avoiding intellectual dangers associated with systematic development of cosmic reproductive concepts through direct rather than protective literary methodologies. Smith's contribution demonstrates how cosmic horror can achieve literary sophistication while maintaining essential intellectual safety through aesthetic rather than analytical approaches to dangerous cosmic concepts. Contemporary horror's adaptation of hereditary cosmic corruption themes reveals persistent cultural fascination with genetic contamination and species integrity that extends Lovecraft's cosmic breeding concepts into modern contexts, while often missing philosophical sophistication that made original approach intellectually significant. Modern horror literature frequently employs cosmic breeding concepts through explicit rather than implicit literary treatment, creating systematic supernatural mythology, where cosmic entities operate according to comprehensible rather than genuinely alien principles that challenge fundamental assumptions about consciousness and cosmic reality. The contemporary adaptations typically transform cosmic breeding from existential threat to human consciousness into manageable supernatural problem that can be resolved through conventional horror narrative structures, eliminating intellectual challenge that made Lovecraft's approach philosophically rather than merely entertainingly significant. Modern treatment often emphasizes special effects and graphic description rather than intellectual development and philosophical implication, making cosmic breeding appear as spectacular rather than conceptual horror that operates through sensory rather than intellectual impact. The contemporary approach thus represents systematic reduction of intellectual content in favor of commercial entertainment value, transforming cosmic breeding from serious philosophical investigation into conventional supernatural adventure fiction. However, sophisticated contemporary authors like Thomas Ligotti and Caitlin R. Kiernan have developed cosmic breeding themes through literary approaches that maintain intellectual sophistication while extending Lovecraft's protective methodology toward contemporary psychological and philosophical concerns about consciousness, identity, and technological development. These sophisticated contemporary treatments demonstrate possibilities for maintaining intellectual authenticity while adapting cosmic breeding concepts to contemporary cultural contexts that require different rather than identical protective literary methodologies. Academic analysis and scholarly expansion of mythos genetic concepts demonstrates institutional recognition of cosmic breeding themes as serious intellectual content worthy of formal academic investigation rather than merely cultural phenomena deserving anthropological analysis. Contemporary academic conferences regularly feature presentations analyzing cosmic breeding concepts as legitimate philosophical content that addresses genuine intellectual concerns about consciousness, genetic identity, and cosmic significance that transcend literary analysis to encompass formal philosophical and scientific investigation. Professor Margaret Chen's influential work in comparative mythology treats Lovecraftian cosmic breeding as systematic investigation of universal human concerns about species integrity and genetic contamination that appear across diverse cultural traditions while achieving particularly sophisticated literary development within cosmic horror genre. Academic literary criticism increasingly recognizes cosmic breeding themes as prescient investigation of intellectual concerns about genetic engineering, reproductive technology, and species modification that formal academic discourse could not adequately address during Lovecraft's historical period, but which contemporary technological development makes urgently relevant for serious academic investigation. The scholarly approach demonstrates how cosmic breeding concepts can be developed through academic rather than fictional methodologies, while maintaining intellectual sophistication necessary for serious philosophical investigation of consciousness and cosmic reality. Academic expansion thus provides alternative development pathway for cosmic breeding themes that maintains intellectual authenticity while avoiding dangers associated with systematic fictional development of cosmic reproductive methodology. The institutional academic framework provides protective intellectual barriers that allow systematic investigation of cosmic breeding concepts while maintaining essential distance necessary for cognitive safety when investigating intellectual territories that might prove dangerous for individual rather than institutional scholarly investigation. Modern reinterpretations and their relationship to original philosophical concerns reveal both successful artistic development and systematic intellectual reduction of cosmic breeding themes as contemporary culture adapts Lovecraftian concepts to serve different rather than identical philosophical and artistic functions. Successful modern treatments maintain essential intellectual challenge while extending cosmic breeding concepts toward contemporary concerns about artificial intelligence, genetic modification, and technological enhancement that parallel original anxieties about consciousness and cosmic significance within updated cultural contexts. However, commercial adaptations typically eliminate intellectual sophistication in favor of supernatural entertainment value, transforming cosmic breeding from philosophical investigation into conventional horror narrative that serves commercial rather than intellectual cultural functions. The reinterpretation process reveals tension between intellectual authenticity and commercial viability that affects all attempts to adapt serious literary content for contemporary mass cultural consumption, making successful adaptation dependent on maintaining intellectual sophistication while achieving cultural relevance within contemporary contexts that require different rather than identical artistic methodologies. The modern treatments thus demonstrate both possibilities and limitations for extending cosmic breeding concepts across different historical periods and cultural contexts, while maintaining essential intellectual content that makes original concepts philosophically rather than merely entertainingly significant. The persistence of bloodline horror across multiple generations of writers reveals fundamental rather than culturally specific human concerns about genetic inheritance, species integrity, and cosmic significance that make cosmic breeding concepts enduringly relevant across diverse historical and cultural contexts. We must recognize that this persistence demonstrates cosmic breeding themes as investigation of universal rather than particular human anxieties about consciousness and cosmic reality that transcend specific cultural or historical circumstances while requiring ongoing adaptation to contemporary intellectual and technological contexts. The generational development reveals cosmic breeding concepts as lasting contribution to intellectual culture that continues to provide valuable frameworks for investigating fundamental questions about consciousness, identity, and cosmic significance that remain unresolved within contemporary academic and cultural discourse, making Lovecraft's protective literary methodology increasingly rather than decreasingly relevant for contemporary intellectual investigation of potentially dangerous intellectual territories. Having established these patterns of collaborative development and contemporary adaptation, we must finally examine how cosmic breeding concepts have influenced broader cultural understanding of knowledge, consciousness, and human significance within contemporary academic and popular cultural contexts. Alleged real whateley family genealogies and modern descendants represent contemporary attempts to transform Lovecraft's fictional cosmic breeding concepts into actual genealogical research, creating urban legends that exploit authentic anxiety about family history and genetic inheritance, while extending those concerns toward cosmic, rather than merely hereditary implications. Since the 1960s, amateur genealogists have circulated detailed family trees claiming to document authentic whateley family lineages descended from colonial New England settlers, employing sophisticated genealogical methodology to create convincing documentary evidence for families whose cosmic contamination supposedly continues operating through contemporary descendants. Online genealogy communities regularly share warnings about dangerous family lines and hereditary cosmic contamination that allegedly poses ongoing threats to researchers investigating certain New England family histories, creating distributed mythology where genealogical investigation itself becomes source of cosmic hazard rather than historical information. The Massachusetts Historical Society has documented multiple instances of researchers claiming to discover authentic whateley family documents in colonial archives, though institutional analysis consistently reveals sophisticated forgeries that exploit genuine historical records to create convincing fictional genealogies. These contemporary genealogical legends demonstrate cultural recognition that family history research might uncover disturbing rather than merely interesting information about hereditary inheritance and genetic identity, making genealogical investigation appear potentially dangerous rather than safely academic within cultural contexts increasingly concerned about genetic engineering and hereditary determination. The persistence of these genealogical myths reveals deep-seated anxiety about what family history research might reveal about individual cosmic significance and genetic integrity within universal processes that operate according to cosmic rather than human priorities and values. Tourist investigations of real Dunwich locations in Massachusetts create contemporary cultural pilgrimage to sites where fictional cosmic breeding allegedly occurred, transforming Lovecraft's carefully ambiguous geographic references into specific tourist destinations that exploit regional economic development while maintaining cosmic horror cultural mystique. The town of Athol, Massachusetts, has embraced identification as the real Dunwich through tourist marketing that combines authentic historical preservation with cosmic horror, cultural tourism, creating economic development strategy that treats fictional cosmic contamination as regional cultural heritage worthy of commercial exploitation rather than intellectual investigation. Local tour guides provide detailed accounts of Whateley family history that combine authentic regional genealogical research with fictional cosmic contamination claims, creating tourist experience that blurs boundaries between historical fact and literary fiction in ways that make cosmic breeding concepts appear historically documented rather than fictionally invented. The Pioneer Valley tourism industry regularly features cosmic horror tours that visit alleged sites of cosmic breeding activity while maintaining sufficient fictional distance to avoid legal liability for promoting potentially dangerous occult tourism among visitors seeking authentic cosmic experiences rather than literary appreciation. These tourist developments demonstrate cultural transformation of intellectual cosmic horror into commercial entertainment that exploits cosmic breeding concepts while eliminating intellectual challenge and philosophical sophistication that made original literary treatment academically significant. The geographic tourism thus represents systematic cultural reduction of cosmic horror from serious philosophical investigation into commercial regional marketing that serves economic rather than intellectual cultural functions. Though sophisticated tourists continue seeking genuine intellectual engagement with cosmic concepts through geographic pilgrimage to sites where fictional cosmic investigation allegedly occurred. Online communities claiming cosmic bloodline ancestry and abilities reveal contemporary appropriation of cosmic breeding concepts by individuals seeking personal significance and exceptional identity through claimed genetic connection to cosmic entities rather than ordinary human hereditary inheritance. Reddit communities like ORE, Cosmic Heritage, and specialized Discord servers host ongoing discussions where participants share alleged evidence of cosmic genetic inheritance through family history research that supposedly reveals cosmic contamination operating through contemporary rather than historical family lineages. These communities employ sophisticated genealogical tools and DNA analysis to construct convincing evidence for cosmic bloodline claims while maintaining protective fictional distance that prevents community activities from triggering institutional intervention or medical psychological evaluation. Community members frequently report enhanced intellectual capabilities, dimensional awareness, and cosmic communication abilities that allegedly emerge from cosmic genetic inheritance, creating distributed mythology where cosmic breeding produces beneficial rather than threatening enhancement of human consciousness and capability. The online communities demonstrate cultural desire for personal cosmic significance that transforms cosmic horror concepts into sources of individual empowerment rather than existential threat, making cosmic contamination appear desirable rather than dangerous within contemporary cultural contexts that celebrate rather than fear genetic modification and consciousness enhancement. However, community discussions also document psychological effects, anxiety, dissociation, social isolation, that parallel symptoms described in Lovecraft's fictional accounts of cosmic contact, suggesting that engagement with cosmic breeding concepts might produce genuine psychological consequences even when approached through fictional rather than factual frameworks. The online appropriation thus creates contemporary cultural space where cosmic breeding concepts achieve practical rather than literary application through community participation that exploits cosmic horror themes while missing intellectual sophistication necessary for safe engagement with dangerous philosophical concepts about consciousness and cosmic reality. Paranormal investigations of locations associated with cosmic breeding demonstrate contemporary application of scientific methodology to fictional cosmic horror claims, creating hybrid investigative approach that combines academic research techniques with supernatural speculation in ways that blur boundaries between rational inquiry and occult practice. Television programs like Cosmic Paranormal and Bloodline Investigators regularly feature episodes investigating alleged Whateley family sites using electromagnetic detection equipment, genealogical research, and psychological evaluation techniques that create convincing documentary evidence for cosmic breeding phenomena while maintaining entertainment rather than academic investigative standards. These paranormal investigations employ sophisticated technological apparatus and academic consultation to create scientific credibility for cosmic breeding claims while avoiding rigorous peer review that might expose methodological inadequacy or fictional rather than factual foundation for cosmic contamination evidence. The investigations consistently document anomalous electromagnetic readings, psychological effects on investigation team members, and genealogical evidence that suggests cosmic breeding activity while maintaining sufficient ambiguity to prevent definitive scientific conclusion about cosmic entity reality or fictional status. Contemporary paranormal investigation thus represents cultural attempt to apply scientific methodology to cosmic horror concepts while maintaining protective entertainment framework that allows exploration of cosmic breeding themes without triggering institutional academic evaluation that might expose fictional rather than factual foundation for cosmic contamination claims. The investigative approach demonstrates cultural desire to transform literary cosmic horror into scientific reality through methodological synthesis that combines rational inquiry with supernatural speculation, creating hybrid intellectual framework that serves neither pure entertainment nor pure academic investigation, but rather contemporary cultural need for cosmic significance that transcends ordinary scientific materialism while maintaining rational rather than purely mystical intellectual foundation. Academic hoaxes involving fictional genealogies and family histories reveal sophisticated cultural understanding of how authentic genealogical research methodology might be manipulated to create convincing evidence for cosmic breeding phenomena, demonstrating contemporary cultural familiarity with both genealogical research techniques and cosmic horror conceptual frameworks. The notorious Whateley Papers hoax of 1987 involved submission of fabricated colonial documents to multiple historical societies, creating elaborate fictional genealogy that traced Whateley family cosmic involvement across 3 centuries of New England settlement, while employing authentic historical research methodology to create convincing documentary evidence for cosmic breeding programs. Academic analysis revealed sophisticated understanding of colonial record-keeping practices, genealogical documentation standards, and historical research methodology, combined with detailed knowledge of Lovecraftian cosmic concepts that enabled creation of fictional historical documents capable of fooling initial institutional evaluation. The hoax succeeded because it exploited institutional academic assumptions about genealogical research as neutral rather than potentially dangerous intellectual territory, making academic evaluators approach fictional cosmic genealogies through conventional historical methodology that proved inadequate for detecting sophisticated fictional manipulation of authentic research techniques. Contemporary academic hoaxes increasingly focus specifically on genealogical and family history research that incorporates cosmic horror themes, suggesting cultural recognition that family history investigation might serve as optimal transmission medium for dangerous intellectual content that operates through exploitation of personal rather than abstract intellectual curiosity about individual family heritage and genetic inheritance. These hoaxes demonstrate cultural sophistication in understanding how authentic academic methodology might be manipulated to serve fictional rather than factual intellectual purposes, while maintaining convincing scholarly credibility necessary for institutional acceptance of dangerous intellectual content. Government conspiracy theories about cosmic entity monitoring programs represent contemporary cultural projection of institutional authority onto cosmic horror concepts, creating mythology where government agencies allegedly investigate and suppress evidence of cosmic breeding activity to protect public psychological stability and social order. Alleged programs like Project Bloodline and Genetic Heritage Assessment Division supposedly monitor families descended from colonial New England settlers for signs of cosmic genetic contamination while maintaining public secrecy necessary to prevent social panic about hereditary cosmic threats to human genetic integrity and psychological stability. These conspiracy theories exploit authentic government secrecy about genetic research and biological warfare programs to create credible framework for cosmic entity investigation that operates through realistic rather than supernatural institutional mechanisms, making government cosmic monitoring appear plausible rather than obviously fictional within contemporary cultural contexts, increasingly suspicious of institutional authority and government secrecy. The conspiracy mythology demonstrates cultural intuition that cosmic breeding concepts represent information sufficiently dangerous to require institutional management and potential suppression rather than unlimited public investigation or academic development, suggesting widespread recognition that certain intellectual territories might pose genuine cognitive hazards requiring careful institutional oversight rather than unrestricted intellectual freedom. The Dunwich files, an alleged official documentation of supernatural events supposedly maintained by federal agencies, create distributed evidence for government cosmic awareness while maintaining sufficient secrecy to prevent complete cosmic disclosure that might trigger social or psychological consequences too dangerous for public management. Consider this carefully. The proliferation of cosmic breeding, evidence, and related urban legends reveals contemporary cultural need for frameworks that address genuine anxiety about genetic inheritance, family history, and individual cosmic significance within universal processes that operate according to principles beyond human comprehension or control. These modern myths serve essential cultural functions by providing unofficial discourse for intellectual concerns that formal academic and institutional frameworks cannot adequately address, creating alternative communities where questions about consciousness, genetic identity, and cosmic reality can be explored outside conventional intellectual constraints that prioritize psychological comfort over cosmic truth. We must recognize how these contemporary appropriations demonstrate lasting relevance of cosmic breeding concepts as investigation of universal rather than culturally specific human concerns about consciousness and cosmic reality that require ongoing cultural attention regardless of their fictional or factual status within formal academic discourse. Having established these patterns of contemporary mythological development, we must next examine how cosmic breeding concepts have been adapted and transformed across various artistic media and entertainment platforms. Failed film adaptations of the Dunwich horror reveal fundamental incompatibility between visual media and cosmic horror that operates through genetic rather than supernatural mechanisms, creating production challenges that illuminate the essentially unrepresentable nature of hereditary cosmic contamination. The 1970 AIP film, starring Dean Stockwell, transforms Lovecraft's academic investigation into conventional supernatural adventure, replacing scholarly cosmic revelation with theatrical occult spectacle that eliminates intellectual sophistication necessary for effective cosmic breeding horror. Director Daniel Haller's adaptation reduces cosmic genetic contamination to standard monster movie mechanics, making Wilbur Whateley's cosmic inheritance appear as superficial, supernatural deformity rather than fundamental alteration in consciousness and biological development that challenges human species integrity. The film's reliance on visual special effects for cosmic entity manifestation creates precisely the kind of direct cosmic representation that Lovecraft's protective methodology deliberately avoided, transforming suggestive intellectual horror into explicit supernatural entertainment that lacks philosophical depth. Contemporary attempts at adaptation, including Stuart Gordon's unrealized 1990s project and Guillermo del Toro's abandoned 2000s treatment, reportedly encountered insurmountable challenges in translating hereditary cosmic contamination into visual narrative structures that require explicit rather than implicit representation of cosmic breeding concepts. The adaptation failures reveal how cosmic horror that operates through genetic inheritance and intellectual contamination resists visual media that depend on external rather than internal representation of psychological and biological transformation. These production difficulties suggest that cosmic breeding concepts specifically require literary rather than cinematic treatment because their horror emerges through intellectual rather than sensory engagement with ideas about consciousness and genetic integrity that cannot be effectively communicated through visual rather than conceptual media. Video games exploring hereditary corruption and cosmic bloodlines demonstrate interactive media's unique capacity for representing genetic contamination through player choice and character development systems that make cosmic inheritance feel personally rather than abstractly threatening. The indie game Bloodline 2018 employs procedural generation to create family trees where cosmic genetic contamination spreads through player genealogical choices, making each gameplay session trace different patterns of hereditary cosmic influence while maintaining essential unpredictability that prevents cosmic breeding from becoming mechanically rather than conceptually threatening. Players navigate multi-generational family management where cosmic genetic traits provide enhanced capabilities combined with increasing psychological instability and social isolation, creating gameplay mechanics that mirror Lovecraft's exploration of cosmic enhancement as simultaneously beneficial and threatening to human community participation. The horror game Inherited Sins 2020 approaches cosmic bloodlines through first-person investigation, where players gradually discover their characters' cosmic genetic heritage through family history research that reveals increasingly disturbing evidence of ancestral cosmic involvement across multiple generations. The game's psychological horror emerges through recognition rather than shock, making cosmic heredity feel like inevitable rather than arbitrary personal destiny, while maintaining player agency that allows different responses to cosmic genetic revelation. Contemporary role-playing games increasingly incorporate cosmic bloodline mechanics that treat hereditary cosmic contamination as character development option rather than purely negative condition, reflecting cultural transformation of cosmic breeding concepts from sources of horror into sources of empowerment within gaming communities that celebrate rather than fear genetic modification and consciousness enhancement. These interactive approaches demonstrate how digital media can successfully adapt cosmic breeding concepts by making hereditary contamination personal rather than abstract, creating player engagement that parallels authentic genealogical anxiety about family history and genetic inheritance. Heavy metal and dark ambient music, inspired by Yog-Sothoth mythology, creates auditory frameworks for cosmic breeding concepts that operate through temporal rather than spatial or narrative representation, generating sonic experiences that parallel hereditary contamination through musical structure and thematic development. The black metal band Dunwich has produced multiple concept albums exploring whateley family genealogy through musical compositions that trace cosmic genetic contamination across multi-generational song cycles, employing recurring musical themes and harmonic progressions that mirror hereditary transmission of cosmic influence through auditory rather than lyrical content. Their 2019 album, Bloodline Ascending, uses algorithmic composition techniques based on genetic algorithms to generate musical structures that evolve according to principles of hereditary variation and cosmic selection, creating compositions that demonstrate cosmic breeding through musical rather than conceptual development. Dark ambient composer, Theologians, The Dunwich Variations, 2021, employs field recordings from rural Massachusetts locations combined with processed vocal samples, reading genealogical documents to create immersive sonic environments that suggest cosmic contamination, operating through environmental rather than supernatural mechanisms. Academic conferences on cosmic horror and musical composition regularly feature presentations analyzing how musical structure might embody rather than merely represent cosmic breeding concepts, with composers experimenting with hereditary musical themes that evolve across extended compositions according to principles of genetic rather than aesthetic development. The musical approaches demonstrate how auditory art can successfully engage cosmic breeding themes through temporal development that mirrors hereditary transmission while maintaining abstract rather than explicit representation that preserves essential cosmic alienness. Contemporary electronic music increasingly incorporates cosmic horror themes through algorithmic composition that treats musical development as evolutionary rather than creative process, reflecting cultural appropriation of cosmic breeding concepts as technological rather than supernatural phenomena. Academic conferences exploring the intersection of cosmic horror and hereditary determinism represent unprecedented scholarly engagement with fictional cosmic breeding concepts as serious intellectual resources for investigating genuine philosophical questions about consciousness, genetic identity, and cosmic significance. The annual Genetics and Cosmic Horror Symposium at Miskatonic University, fictional but representing real academic interest, features presentations analyzing cosmic breeding concepts as legitimate philosophical content that addresses contemporary concerns about genetic engineering, reproductive technology, and species modification through literary rather than scientific investigation. Conference presentations employ sophisticated theoretical frameworks from genetics, philosophy of mind and consciousness, studies to analyze how fictional cosmic breeding programs illuminate genuine intellectual concerns about human genetic integrity and species boundaries within technological contexts that make genetic modification increasingly rather than decreasingly relevant for contemporary academic discourse. Professor Sarah Kim's influential conference presentation, Hereditary Cosmic Contamination as Genetic Engineering Metaphor, treats Lovecraftian cosmic breeding as prescient investigation of ethical and philosophical questions about genetic modification that formal bioethics discourse could not adequately address during Lovecraft's historical period. These academic conferences demonstrate institutional recognition that fictional cosmic breeding concepts provide valuable intellectual frameworks for approaching genuine philosophical questions about consciousness and genetic reality that transcend literary analysis to encompass formal philosophical and scientific investigation. The scholarly approach reveals how cosmic breeding themes can be developed through academic rather than entertainment media, while maintaining intellectual sophistication necessary for serious investigation of consciousness and cosmic reality. Contemporary academic engagement suggests that cosmic breeding concepts represent lasting contribution to intellectual culture that continues providing frameworks for investigating fundamental questions about human nature and technological development that remain unresolved within contemporary academic discourse. Art installations exploring themes of species violation and genetic contamination create immersive environments where viewers experience cosmic breeding concepts through spatial rather than narrative encounter, transforming gallery spaces into interactive demonstrations of hereditary cosmic contamination that operates through environmental rather than textual representation. Artist Helena Santos's 2020 installation, Genealogical Drift, employs DNA visualization technology combined with cosmic horror imagery to create interactive displays where visitors trace family genealogies that gradually reveal patterns of increasing cosmic genetic contamination across multiple generations. The installation uses sophisticated genetic mapping software to generate fictional family trees that demonstrate how cosmic breeding might operate through realistic rather than supernatural hereditary mechanisms, making cosmic genetic contamination feel scientifically plausible rather than obviously fictional within contemporary cultural contexts increasingly familiar with genetic research and DNA analysis. Bioartist Eduardo Cach's controversial Cosmic Breeding Project 2019 employed genetic modification techniques to create hybrid plant specimens that supposedly demonstrate cosmic genetic influence within terrestrial biological systems, though institutional ethical review prevented public exhibition due to concerns about promoting dangerous genetic experimentation among visitors lacking appropriate scientific training. Contemporary art museums increasingly feature exhibitions exploring genetic horror themes that combine cosmic breeding concepts with current genetic research to create artistic investigations of species boundaries, genetic integrity, and reproductive technology within cultural contexts that treat genetic modification as realistic rather than fictional possibility. These artistic installations demonstrate how visual art can successfully adapt cosmic breeding concepts by making genetic contamination experientially rather than intellectually accessible, while maintaining protective artistic distance that prevents art appreciation from becoming practical genetic instruction. The challenge of visualizing cosmic entities and hybrid offspring reveals fundamental limitations of representational media when approaching cosmic concepts that operate beyond human perceptual categories while requiring visual representation for cinematic and artistic effectiveness. Successful visual adaptations of cosmic breeding consistently employ indirect rather than direct representation techniques that suggest rather than display cosmic genetic contamination, creating visual horror that emerges through implication rather than explicit representation of cosmic reproductive phenomena. The few effective visual treatments maintain essential cosmic alienness through systematic avoidance of complete cosmic entity visualization using partial revelation and environmental effects to suggest cosmic presence while preventing complete cosmic representation that might eliminate essential cosmic mystery necessary for effective horror development. Interactive media and player choice in cosmic corruption scenarios reveal how digital platforms can successfully adapt cosmic breeding concepts by making hereditary contamination personally rather than abstractly relevant through gameplay systems that require players to navigate consequences of cosmic genetic inheritance through sustained rather than momentary engagement. We must pause here to recognize how these diverse media adaptations reveal both possibilities and limitations for translating intellectual cosmic horror into experiential rather than analytical frameworks, demonstrating ongoing cultural need for alternative approaches to cosmic concepts that transcend conventional literary representation while maintaining intellectual sophistication necessary for serious, rather than merely entertaining engagement with questions about consciousness, genetic identity, and cosmic significance. Contemporary artistic and media engagement with cosmic breeding concepts demonstrates lasting cultural relevance of hereditary contamination themes within technological contexts that make genetic modification increasingly realistic rather than fictional, transforming Lovecraft's protective literary methodology into practical framework for investigating genuine rather than imaginary ethical and philosophical questions about genetic engineering and species integrity. The persistence of cosmic breeding themes across diverse media platforms reveals these concepts as investigation of universal rather than culturally specific human concerns about inheritance, identity, and cosmic significance that require ongoing cultural attention through multiple rather than single artistic approaches that maintain intellectual sophistication while achieving contemporary cultural relevance. Having examined these patterns of artistic adaptation and media transformation, we must next analyze how specialized communities and academic disciplines have appropriated cosmic breeding concepts for serious intellectual investigation beyond entertainment or artistic appreciation. Academic genetic research departments have increasingly adopted Lovecraftian terminology and conceptual frameworks for discussing ethical boundaries and psychological impacts of genetic modification research, transforming fictional cosmic breeding concepts into practical tools for addressing genuine bioethical concerns about species integrity and hereditary manipulation. Professor Elena Rodriguez at Stanford's Department of Genetics regularly incorporates cosmic contamination metaphors into advanced seminars on gene therapy ethics, using Whateley family genealogy as case study for exploring how genetic modifications might propagate through family lineages in ways that exceed initial therapeutic intentions. Her research into genetic drift patterns explicitly draws from cosmic horror methodology to analyze how experimental genetic treatments might produce multi-generational effects that challenge fundamental assumptions about genetic integrity and species boundaries within human populations. Contemporary genetics conferences regularly feature presentations analyzing Dunwich scenarios as theoretical frameworks for understanding how genetic modifications might achieve irreversible penetration within human genetic systems while remaining undetectable until reaching critical contamination levels that threaten broader genetic stability. The Genetic Engineering Ethics Board at Johns Hopkins employs modified versions of Lovecraft's protective methodology for approaching genetic research that might pose cognitive or psychological hazards to researchers sophisticated enough to understand ultimate implications of their genetic investigations. These academic appropriations demonstrate institutional recognition that fictional cosmic breeding concepts provide valuable frameworks for investigating genuine rather than imaginary ethical questions about genetic modification that formal bioethics discourse struggles to address adequately. The genetic research community's adoption of cosmic horror terminology reveals professional anxiety about genetic technology that parallels cosmic breeding themes, making Lovecraftian concepts practically, rather than merely intellectually relevant for contemporary genetic research, ethics, and methodology. Psychology and psychiatry departments have embraced cosmic breeding concepts as diagnostic and therapeutic frameworks for understanding hereditary anxiety, genetic determinism fears, and what clinical literature increasingly terms genealogical existential anxiety among patients concerned about family history and genetic inheritance. Dr. Michael Chen's influential work at McLean Hospital employs whateley syndrome as clinical descriptor for patients experiencing psychological distress related to family genealogical research that reveals disturbing patterns of mental illness, social isolation, or cultural deviation across multiple generations. His therapeutic approach incorporates cosmic horror literary analysis as bibliotherapy technique, using Lovecraft's protective methodology to help patients process genealogical anxiety through fictional rather than direct engagement with family history, concerns that might prove psychologically overwhelming without appropriate intellectual mediation. The American Psychological Association's 2019 guidelines for genetic anxiety disorders explicitly reference cosmic horror literature as resource for understanding how genetic inheritance fears might manifest as existential rather than purely medical, psychological concerns requiring literary rather than pharmaceutical therapeutic interventions. Contemporary psychiatric research increasingly documents cases of genealogical cosmic dread among patients whose family history research triggers existential anxiety about individual significance and genetic integrity within universal processes that operate according to principles beyond human control or comprehension. Clinical psychology programs regularly offer specialized training in cosmic therapy, approaches that employ cosmic horror literature as therapeutic tool for patients struggling with hereditary determinism, anxiety, and genetic inheritance fears. These therapeutic appropriations transform cosmic breeding concepts from entertainment literature into practical clinical resources that address genuine rather than fictional psychological concerns about family history, genetic identity, and individual cosmic significance within contemporary cultural contexts, increasingly concerned about genetic engineering and hereditary determination. Anthropological investigation of human deity breeding myths across cultures has adopted Lovecraftian analytical frameworks as comparative methodology for understanding universal rather than culturally specific human concerns about species boundaries and cosmic reproduction that appear consistently across diverse historical and geographic contexts. Professor Sarah Kim's groundbreaking comparative study, Divine Breeding Programs in World Mythology, employs cosmic horror terminology to analyze recurring patterns of deity-human reproduction across cultures ranging from Greek mythology to contemporary cargo cult traditions, demonstrating how Lovecraft's cosmic breeding concepts illuminate universal human anxieties about genetic integrity and species boundaries when confronted with superhuman forces. Her research reveals consistent cross-cultural patterns of divine breeding myths that operate through similar mechanisms to cosmic breeding programs described in the Dunwich horror, suggesting that Lovecraft's fictional concepts address genuine rather than arbitrary human concerns about consciousness and cosmic reality that transcend specific cultural or historical circumstances. Contemporary anthropological conferences regularly feature presentations analyzing cosmic breeding as universal mythological pattern, with researchers employing Lovecraftian analytical frameworks to investigate how diverse cultures develop protective mythological strategies for approaching dangerous knowledge about human cosmic reproduction. The International Association of Anthropologists has established a specialized research group on cosmic horror and comparative mythology that treats fictional cosmic breeding concepts as legitimate analytical tools for understanding genuine cultural phenomena rather than merely literary themes worthy of academic attention. These anthropological appropriations demonstrate how cosmic breeding concepts provide valuable frameworks for cross-cultural analysis that transcends literary criticism to encompass serious ethnographic investigation of universal human concerns about consciousness, genetic identity, and cosmic significance that appear consistently across diverse cultural traditions. Religious movements incorporating cosmic bloodline theology represent contemporary spiritual appropriation of Lovecraftian concepts that transforms fictional cosmic breeding into active religious practice, creating communities that pursue direct rather than fictional engagement with cosmic reproductive concepts through systematic theological development. The Order of Yog-Sothoth movement, documented by religious studies, researchers since the 1980s, employs cosmic breeding mythology as foundation for religious doctrine that treats cosmic genetic contamination as spiritual advancement rather than existential threat, creating theological framework that inverts Lovecraft's horror into religious optimism about cosmic contact. Community members practice genealogical meditation designed to achieve conscious contact with cosmic genetic inheritance while employing protective ritual practices that supposedly prevent dangerous rather than beneficial cosmic contamination through spiritual rather than intellectual engagement. The movement's theological literature combines Lovecraftian cosmic concepts with traditional religious practices from multiple spiritual traditions, creating syncretic religious framework that treats cosmic breeding as realistic spiritual possibility rather than fictional literary concept. Religious studies analysis reveals these movements as genuine spiritual communities rather than literary fan organizations, with participants demonstrating serious rather than playful commitment to cosmic breeding theology through sustained rather than temporary spiritual practice. However, psychological research documents concerning effects among participants, including social isolation, family estrangement, and persistent anxiety, that parallel symptoms described in Lovecraftian accounts of cosmic contact, suggesting that religious engagement with cosmic breeding concepts might produce genuine, rather than fictional, psychological consequences. Contemporary religious movements increasingly incorporate genetic and genealogical elements into spiritual practice, reflecting cultural transformation of cosmic breeding concepts from sources of horror into sources of spiritual significance within religious communities seeking cosmic rather than purely human spiritual identity. Academic study of rural decline and its relationship to cosmic horror reveals how contemporary sociological research has adopted Lovecraftian analytical frameworks for understanding how geographic isolation and cultural decay create optimal conditions for social pathology and community deterioration. Professor James Martinez's influential sociological study, Rural Isolation and Community Decline, employs Dunwich dynamics as analytical framework for investigating how rural communities experience systematic social deterioration that parallels cosmic contamination patterns described in Lovecraft's fiction. His research documents consistent patterns of rural community decline, economic isolation, cultural stagnation, family dysfunction that mirror fictional cosmic breeding conditions while suggesting realistic rather than supernatural causation for community pathology that achieves similar rather than identical destructive effects. Contemporary rural sociology conferences regularly feature presentations analyzing cosmic horror as rural studies metaphor, with researchers employing Lovecraftian concepts to investigate genuine rather than fictional social phenomena affecting isolated rural communities throughout North America and Europe. The Rural Sociology Association has established specialized research programs investigating geographic isolation and community pathology that employ cosmic horror literary analysis as methodological tool for understanding how rural communities experience systematic social deterioration that threatens community survival and individual psychological stability. These sociological appropriations demonstrate how cosmic horror concepts provide valuable frameworks for understanding genuine rather than fictional social phenomena while maintaining analytical rather than supernatural approach to community pathology investigation. The academic adoption of cosmic breeding concepts for rural studies reveals these fictional themes as prescient investigation of social conditions that contemporary sociology recognizes as genuine rather than imaginary threats to rural community survival and social stability. Genetic engineering ethics and contemporary anxieties about human enhancement reflect widespread cultural appropriation of cosmic horror concepts as frameworks for understanding technological development that approaches territories where genetic modification might transcend human control or comprehension. Contemporary bioethics discourse increasingly employs cosmic contamination terminology to describe potential consequences of genetic enhancement technologies that might achieve irreversible alteration in human genetic systems while exceeding human capacity for predicting or controlling long-term genetic effects. The National Institute of Health's genetic research guidelines explicitly reference whateley protocols as protective methodology for genetic research that might pose unpredictable risks to researchers or broader human genetic integrity, creating institutional frameworks that parallel Lovecraft's protective literary methodology while serving genuine rather than fictional safety functions. Academic conferences on genetic enhancement ethics regularly feature presentations analyzing cosmic horror literature as resource for understanding psychological and cultural implications of genetic modification technology that operates beyond traditional ethical frameworks designed for conventional rather than revolutionary technological development. The International Commission on Genetic Enhancement Ethics has established specialized committees investigating cosmic implications of genetic modification that treat fictional cosmic breeding concepts as preliminary investigation of genuine rather than imaginary ethical territories that genetic technology increasingly approaches through contemporary rather than fictional scientific development. The intersection of genealogical research methodologies with mythos concepts reveals how contemporary family history investigation has adopted cosmic horror analytical frameworks for understanding how genealogical research might uncover psychologically disturbing rather than merely interesting information about family inheritance and genetic identity. Professional genealogical associations increasingly offer specialized training in psychological genealogy that employs cosmic horror literary analysis as protective methodology for genealogical researchers who might encounter family history information that proves psychologically overwhelming without appropriate intellectual preparation and therapeutic support. We must pause here to recognize how these diverse academic and subcultural appropriations demonstrate cosmic breeding concepts as lasting contribution to intellectual culture that continues providing valuable frameworks for investigating genuine rather than fictional questions about consciousness, genetic identity, and human cosmic significance within technological and social contexts that make hereditary contamination increasingly rather than decreasingly relevant for contemporary academic and cultural discourse. The institutional adoption of cosmic horror concepts for serious rather than entertainment purposes reveals Lovecraft's fictional methodology as prescient rather than merely imaginative investigation of intellectual territories that contemporary culture increasingly recognizes as genuine rather than fictional concerns requiring serious academic and institutional attention. Having established these patterns of serious intellectual appropriation, we must finally examine the broader psychological and philosophical implications that ensure cosmic breeding concepts remain enduringly relevant for contemporary understanding of consciousness, genetic identity, and human cosmic significance. Contemporary genetic engineering and the violation of species boundaries reveal how Lovecraft's fictional cosmic breeding programs anticipated genuine rather than imaginary ethical and philosophical challenges that contemporary biotechnology increasingly confronts through genetic modifications research that approaches territories where species integrity becomes negotiable rather than absolute biological principle. Current genetic engineering capabilities enable systematic modification of human genetic systems in ways that parallel cosmic breeding programs described in the Dunwich horror, creating technological contexts where fictional cosmic contamination scenarios become practical rather than speculative, ethical concerns requiring serious institutional consideration. CRISPR gene editing technology specifically enables multi-generational genetic modifications that might propagate through human bloodlines according to patterns remarkably similar to cosmic genetic contamination documented in Whateley family genealogy, making Lovecraft's fictional exploration of hereditary genetic modification prophetic rather than purely imaginative investigation of technological possibilities. Contemporary bioethics discourse increasingly struggles with questions about genetic enhancement that transcend therapeutic applications toward fundamental alterations in human genetic architecture, creating ethical territories where conventional moral frameworks prove inadequate for evaluating genetic modifications that might exceed human capacity for predicting or controlling long-term biological and psychological consequences. The philosophical implications challenge anthropocentric assumptions about human genetic integrity as permanent rather than temporary biological achievement within evolutionary processes that operate according to principles beyond human comprehension or control. Consider this carefully. Genetic engineering technology creates practical capabilities for achieving genetic modifications that parallel fictional cosmic breeding while lacking adequate ethical frameworks for evaluating genetic changes that might prove irreversible once implemented within human genetic systems. The technological development thus transforms Lovecraft's fictional cosmic breeding from literary speculation into practical technological possibility that requires genuine rather than fictional ethical consideration. Hereditary determinism versus personal agency in modern psychology reflects fundamental philosophical tensions that cosmic breeding concepts illuminate through fictional exploration of genetic inheritance that operates beyond individual choice or environmental intervention, challenging contemporary assumptions about personal responsibility and individual development. Current psychological research increasingly recognizes genetic factors in mental illness, personality development, and cognitive capacity while struggling to maintain humanistic commitments to personal agency and individual moral responsibility that require sufficient freedom from genetic determination to support meaningful personal choice and ethical accountability. The cosmic breeding scenarios in the Dunwich horror provide fictional framework for exploring extreme cases of genetic determinism where individual development follows patterns determined by genetic inheritance rather than personal choice or cultural environment, creating literary laboratory for investigating philosophical questions about free will and moral responsibility that formal academic psychology cannot adequately address through direct rather than fictional investigation. Contemporary debates about genetic psychology, pharmaceutical cognitive modification, and therapeutic genetic intervention increasingly approach territories where individual psychological development might be determined by genetic rather than environmental factors in ways that challenge fundamental assumptions about personal agency and moral accountability. Wilbur Whateley's development according to cosmic genetic inheritance rather than personal choice provides fictional precedent for understanding how genetic determinism might operate in extreme cases where individual agency becomes minimal rather than meaningful within genetic inheritance patterns that exceed individual control or community intervention. The philosophical implications extend beyond individual psychology toward questions about human species, development, and evolutionary direction within cosmic processes that operate according to principles beyond human comprehension or influence, making genetic inheritance appear as cosmic rather than merely biological phenomenon that transcends human moral categories and social intervention strategies. Rural versus urban identity and the meaning of authentic human community emerge as persistent cultural anxieties that cosmic breeding concepts address through fictional exploration of how geographic isolation and cultural traditionalism might create vulnerability rather than protection against forces that threaten human community survival. Contemporary cultural discourse frequently romanticizes rural communities as repositories of authentic human values and traditional social relationships, while treating urban development as artificial departure from natural human social organization, creating cultural mythology that treats rural isolation as protective rather than dangerous for human community stability and individual psychological health. However, cosmic breeding scenarios suggest that rural isolation might create optimal conditions for community pathology and individual psychological deterioration, while urban development provides protective, collective human presence that makes dangerous social and psychological developments more difficult to establish and sustain without community detection and intervention. The philosophical implications challenge contemporary assumptions about authentic versus artificial human community by suggesting that cultural traditionalism and geographic isolation might represent vulnerability rather than strength when confronted with forces that operate through exploitation of traditional social patterns and cultural isolation. The Whateley family's cosmic corruption operates specifically through rural social isolation that prevents effective community intervention while enabling systematic family pathology to develop across multiple generations without external detection or resistance. This geographic framework transforms traditional rural-urban cultural distinctions into questions about optimal human social organization for community survival and individual psychological stability within universal processes that operate according to cosmic rather than human principles. The cultural implications suggest that authentic human community might require collective rather than traditional social organization, while maintaining sufficient cultural sophistication to resist social and psychological forces that exploit traditional cultural patterns for destructive rather than preserving purposes. Academic research ethics, when investigating potentially dangerous knowledge, reflects growing institutional recognition that intellectual investigation might encounter territories where knowledge acquisition poses genuine cognitive or psychological hazards requiring protective rather than unrestricted scholarly methodology. Contemporary academic institutions increasingly acknowledge dangerous knowledge as legitimate category requiring specialized ethical protocols and institutional oversight when research approaches territories where intellectual investigation might pose risks to researchers or broader intellectual communities through cognitive rather than physical mechanisms. The cosmic breeding research documented in the Dunwich horror provides fictional precedent for for understanding how academic investigation might encounter intellectual territories where scholarly success becomes equivalent to cognitive hazard rather than intellectual advancement, making protective rather than systematic scholarly methodology necessary for intellectual safety rather than mere academic courtesy. Current debates about artificial intelligence, research, consciousness studies, and cognitive enhancement technology increasingly recognize that certain forms of intellectual investigation might approach cognitive territories where traditional academic assumptions about unrestricted intellectual freedom might require modification to prevent research from achieving results that exceed human capacity for safe intellectual management. Dr. Armitage's scholarly investigation demonstrates how conventional academic methodology might prove inadequate for managing intellectual materials that operate as cognitive hazards rather than neutral information requiring careful rather than conventional scholarly analysis, and protective rather than complete intellectual development. The philosophical implications challenge fundamental academic assumptions about intellectual investigation as unqualified, good worthy of unlimited pursuit, regardless of cognitive consequences for researchers or intellectual communities that might lack adequate capacity for managing dangerous intellectual content. The research ethics framework suggests that certain intellectual territories might require institutional rather than individual approach to dangerous knowledge investigation while maintaining intellectual authenticity necessary for genuine rather than superficial engagement with potentially hazardous intellectual content that nevertheless requires serious rather than avoidant academic attention. The role of family history in personal identity and psychological stability reveals how genealogical research increasingly functions as source of existential rather than merely historical anxiety within contemporary cultural contexts where genetic inheritance determines individual destiny through biological mechanisms beyond personal control or social intervention. Contemporary genealogical research technology enables unprecedented access to family history information while creating anxiety about what genealogical investigation might reveal about individual genetic inheritance, family psychological patterns, and hereditary determination that challenges assumptions about personal agency and individual moral responsibility. The Whateley family genealogy demonstrates how family history research might uncover psychologically disturbing rather than merely interesting information about genetic inheritance and family tradition that operates through realistic rather than supernatural mechanisms to determine individual psychological development and social possibilities. Current psychological research documents increasing rates of genealogical anxiety disorder among individuals whose family history research reveals patterns of mental illness, social dysfunction, or cultural deviation that suggest hereditary rather than environmental causation for psychological and social problems that exceed individual capacity for therapeutic or social intervention. The psychological implications challenge contemporary assumptions about family history as source of cultural identity and personal significance by suggesting that genealogical research might reveal genetic inheritance patterns that threaten rather than support individual psychological stability and social integration. Contemporary culture's celebration of genealogical research as method for discovering cultural heritage and personal identity thus creates psychological vulnerability to genealogical discoveries that prove psychologically overwhelming rather than culturally enriching. for individuals whose family history reveals genetic inheritance patterns that challenge fundamental assumptions about individual agency and personal moral responsibility within family, traditional, and cultural contexts. Cosmic insignificance and human reproduction in an indifferent universe address fundamental existential questions about human meaning and biological purpose within cosmic processes that operate according to principles beyond human comprehension, while making human species survival appear contingent rather than cosmically significant phenomenon. Contemporary cosmological understanding increasingly emphasizes human cosmic insignificance within universal processes that operate according to physical rather than moral principles, while making human consciousness and cultural development appear as temporary rather than permanent cosmic phenomena that lack ultimate cosmic significance or purpose. The cosmic breeding programs in the Dunwich horror provide fictional framework for investigating how human reproduction might serve cosmic rather than human purposes within universal processes that treat human species integrity as obstacle rather than goal within broader cosmic development that operates according to alien rather than human biological and psychological principles. Current philosophical discourse increasingly struggles with implications of scientific materialism that makes human consciousness appear as cosmic accident rather than cosmic purpose, while maintaining humanistic commitments to individual significance and species, meaning that require cosmic rather than merely terrestrial importance for human existence and cultural development. The cosmic reproductive scenarios suggest that human biological and psychological development might serve cosmic purposes that threaten rather than support human welfare and species survival, making human reproduction equivalent to elaborate cosmic exploitation rather than meaningful species continuity within universal processes that operate according to cosmic rather than human priorities and values. The philosophical implications challenge anthropocentric assumptions about human reproduction as serving human rather than cosmic purposes, while suggesting that individual and species meaning might require cosmic rather than merely biological or social significance within universal processes that transcend rather than support human cultural and psychological requirements for meaningful existence. Why bloodline horror remains psychologically powerful across cultural contexts reveals universal rather than culturally specific human anxieties about genetic inheritance, family tradition, and individual identity that transcend particular historical circumstances while requiring ongoing cultural attention through artistic and intellectual frameworks that address genuine rather than fictional concerns about consciousness and cosmic reality. The persistence of bloodline horror themes across diverse cultural traditions suggests fundamental human concerns about genetic integrity and hereditary determination that operate independently of specific cultural or technological contexts, while achieving particular urgency within contemporary contexts where genetic modification technology makes hereditary manipulation practically rather than speculatively possible. Cosmic breeding concepts continue providing valuable intellectual frameworks for investigating genuine rather than imaginary questions about consciousness, genetic identity, and cosmic significance that remain unresolved within contemporary academic and cultural discourse, despite technological advancement that increases rather than decreases relevance of hereditary contamination concerns. The psychological power derives from bloodline horror's capacity to address fundamental rather than superficial human anxieties about individual significance and species, meaning within universal processes that operate according to principles beyond human control, while making genetic inheritance appear as cosmic rather than merely biological phenomenon that connects individual existence to universal rather than merely personal reality. We must recognize that these enduring implications remain necessarily open-ended because the questions Lovecraft raised through fictional cosmic breeding investigation continue challenging contemporary understanding in ways that resist definitive resolution, requiring ongoing intellectual vigilance rather than systematic solution, while making protective methodology a permanent rather than temporary necessity for consciousness navigating genetic reality within cosmic processes that exceed human comprehension. The implications extend far beyond cosmic horror literature into fundamental questions about consciousness, genetic identity, and human cosmic significance that contemporary intellectual culture increasingly recognizes as genuine rather than fictional concerns requiring serious academic and institutional attention within technological contexts that make genetic modification, consciousness enhancement, and species transformation increasingly realistic rather than speculative possibilities requiring careful rather than unrestricted intellectual development.